concerned about a coworker.
Like as a person?
Yeah, well.
Do I count as me?
No, I wasn't talking about you. I'm not concerned about you. Because you're fine. You just got up late. I'm concerned about one of the guys in the afternoon who I believe might be hurting themselves. And I don't know how to approach it. But the fact that their headphone level is so high, they have got to be going deaf. And it's progressively starting to go up. And I know who it is, but I mean, how do you help someone who you think might be going deaf?
It's genuinely hilarious because the guy over here, I swear, has some sort of super advanced hearing. That or every day he turns the volume all the way off for the lulls. So like.
You mean the guy who decides to take everything out of program?
Oh yeah, that's true.
That's surprising
right,
got
you? Got it.
Who never did that before, but just decided this is how it should be, and so it is. That guy?
Yep, checks out. Got it. Hello, y'all. Happy Wednesday, my dudes. We are halfway home-ish for the week. And what a day we have lined up for you. I don't think we can start anywhere else than by saying I think it is important that we all recognize that sometimes, as much as it is a foundation, as much as it is a cornerstone of this country, sometimes capitalism fails. Okay? It just does. It just does. Joey Chestnut has been barred from the 2024 Nathan's Hot Dog Eating Championship because of his endorsement of a plant-based hot dog company that is not Nathan's. He has picked up an endorsement from Incredible Meats, which makes plant-based...
It's impossible, isn't it?
Impossible, that's it. Yeah, Impossible Meats.
It's definitely not incredible.
I'm going to tell you straight up. I've had a lot of their stuff. It's not bad.
Yeah, but what's the point?
Plants are healthy.
If you look at calorie content, there's really not any difference. And the other thing is, what's the point? What you're saying is meat is bad, so we're going to make this taste like meat. I mean, it's dumb.
I mean, that is of all the opinions, that is one of them. That is an opinion. How much Incredible have you tried?
Quite a bit.
Impossible. Sorry.
Yeah. Yes. I look at Incredible in the mirror every morning, but Impossible. Yes, I've had quite a bit. And there's I believe it's Morningstar, has a brand of like sausage and things like that. Because back in the day when I worked in a grocery store and Ohio or Columbus was a test marketing capital of the world, they would bring in free samples.
This stuff's weird. Try Ohio. If anybody's going to like it, Ohio is going to like it.
Yeah, if you like it here in the heartland, then they're going to like it everywhere else.
The heartland.
The heartland, yes.
How does Ohio get to claim being the heartland?
I don't know. How do you know Ohio gave itself that nickname? I don't even know that that's the nickname. That's what I went with, okay? I've heard heartland in a lot of places. It obviously offended you, so I did it right. So anyway, I just, how can you be a vegan or a PETA person or someone like that and go, it tastes like meat? That goes against everything that you're talking about.
No, it doesn't.
If it tastes like, why would you try to make a product that tastes like a thing that you're saying is bad?
Because you may have,
it's
because
dumb.
Having a stance against something doesn't mean, here, I'll give you the example. The Live Tour in golf. Let's make a sports example.
It's still golf, dude.
Right. But see, I have an adamant ethical complaint with the Live Tour. I don't know. Adamantium. I'll
give you that one.
A genuine, adamant, ethical problem with Saudi Arabia and with the Public Investment Fund of Saudi Arabia. I have a problem participating in their version of golf because of what it is connected to.
This analogy,
are you gonna let me finish my analogy?
You're saying it's not real golf.
No, I'm not. What I'm saying is I have an ethical issue with Live Tour. So if PGA and Live Tour were to get into bed with each other, and they do have another meeting this week. We are going to talk about that later on in the show.
They've already had a one night stand type, a booty call type thing. So, I mean, it's not long-term commitment yet.
If they get into bed with each other on a more regular basis and not a drunken Friday with a handful of Jaeger shots basis.
Hey, you up?
And it was to become the primary tour, and then somebody else propped up another tour. Just because I have an issue with the sourcing of this golf, it doesn't mean I don't like golf. I still want golf in my life, even if I refuse to get it from this source. I won't participate in golf that is backed by the Live Tour. I would need a different form of golf. Just because I don't like what this version of golf is, doesn't mean I dislike golf. If you have an issue with eating meat from either a health perspective or from an ethical perspective, just because you don't want to participate with that meat doesn't mean you don't want to put meat in your mouth.
Way to get there. Here's the thing. If you don't want to eat Nathan's meat, then you don't compete. That's how that works.
I mean, listen, yes, correct. It is Nathan's competition, and Nathan has the right to bump people out of it if they wish. But at the same time,
if you turn your back on real hot dogs, Joey, goodbye. Go the way of Kobayashi.
No, but that's not.
See ya.
But that's not what happened. He still eats regular hot dogs, and he will still eat Nathan's hot dogs. Listen, I'm not saying that from a capitalistic standpoint, Nathan's isn't in good shape. They are. They have the right to bump anybody that they want from their competition for any reason that they want. I am simply saying that as a competitive eating fan, which is not something that I should be at all if we're keeping it a buck, as a competitive eating fan, what is going to make you chime in and tune in more than Joey Chestnut? That man is competitive eating.
Him and that rapping dude, when the white dude, the MC, when he starts rapping on that day.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah,
I'm like, there is no other white dude that beats Joey Chestnut. The only rivalry Joey Chestnut's had was Kobayashi for a couple of years, and we had all of the drama with Kobayashi that got him bumped. And let's be honest, since Kobayashi got run from and this is a thing that I learned is real last night, MLE, Major League Eating.
Yeah. I mean, they not only eat hot dogs, they eat wings, they eat all kinds of different things. I would give you an analogy that actually works. I'm going to give you one that actually works.
I mean, and works. You're
going to thank me for this, because you're going to be like, wow, if I could only do that. Rob Brown rolls up here wearing a competitive radio station's t-shirt. I'm going to ask you to remove that shirt. I'm going to ask you to remove that shirt, because you cannot be on the on the stream.
I didn't say anything to the contrary. I didn't say that. In fact, quite the opposite. I have already agreed. You are arguing with me when I have agreed with you. I agree with you. Nathan's has every right to bump Joey Chestnut from the competition for taking an endorsement with a rival hot dog company. I agree with you. It doesn't make it not a bummer. It doesn't make it not a bummer. Joey, quick, literally anyone, name me another competitive eater that is a reason to watch the hot dog eating contest. There's not one.
That one fat dude that hails from parts unknown?
That's not a guy.
It is.
Oh, I'm sure it is a guy.
It's a black dude. I forget his name.
I think that proves the point.
Yeah, but I forget your name like 3 times a show. So I mean,
that's a you problem if we're being honest.
Oh, it really is.
When Kobayashi was up there, Kobayashi was the only one who brought the drama to the game. He's the only one. And then he got bumped for some stuff, and he had the meltdown and all that. And now, let's call it what it is. The only reason that any of us watch the Nathan's hot dog eating contest is not because of Joey Chestnut versus blank. We watch it because of, can Joey Chestnut beat a record this year? Can he get to 76 again? It's the only reason we watch it. Our gluttonous country that we are, the only reason we watch it is to see if Joey Chestnut is going to do some ridiculous stuff again this year. That's it. It's the only reason.
Yeah, that's not why I watch it. I don't care who the competitors are. I don't remember his name. It's the MC. That is like the best MC of all time for anything, is the Nathan's hot dog guy MC. I don't know what else he does in life other than that, but I don't care about the competition. His introductions are better than anything in wrestling, in football, and in boxing and MMA and anything. And I just want to watch the dude's intros. And when he breaks into his rap, it is excellent. Sometimes he has a DJ up there. Sometimes he has a co-rapper or whatever it's called, a feature. What's it called when you have another rapper on your project? That's
like a hype man?
No, a featuring guy. So like if I'm doing a rap and Eminem jumps in with me, that's featuring Eminem. Yeah. So anyway, I watch for that guy, and I'm not being what you think I'm being. I actually watch for that guy. The eating is secondary because the hype man is that good.
Okay, good. I'm glad. But
if Joey's not in the competition this year, I will still watch it because that guy is. If I tune in and he's not emceeing, I'm turning away because I don't care about the competition. I care about how good that guy is.
Samantha Irvin is the best ring announcer in the game, but I do not tune into or out of Raw because of her.
She was.
By the way, R.I.P. Akashay. I just watched it last night.
Right.
That was great.
His contract is up. Hers is about to be up. That's why I said she was.
I mean, there's other places she can go ring announce. I can tell you how mad I was that Pat McAfee got to step in and be ring announcer too. You can't have everything, Pat. You can't have everything. Leave some room for literally anybody else.
He was also just playing soccer.
No, TST's pretty good.
And he got hurt.
TST's pretty good.
Yeah. So I mean, yeah, he can do everything. Now there's the thing. So if my hype guy for Nathan's is gone, if McAfee steps in, I probably will still watch. But that's about it.
Can't have everything, Pat. Leave something for us common folk.
Rob, if you want to take it, dude.
Just take WWE ring announcer.
Take it.
Yeah, man. No worries. Just pop on in. Sorry, Sam. I got this. This is mine now. You got to go. See ya. All right, we got a show.
I do have a quick question for you. All right, so you're about to eat a bunch of hot dogs. You've got Impossible over here. You've got Nathan's over here. You're going to go for the Impossible?
Did I say anything to the story?
I'm just asking you personally.
No. I'm a glizzy goat. All right?
I set myself up for that. That word I thought was gone.
It's not gone. It's never gone. That's what we call them now. That's just what they are.
That's what we call them.
Catch up to the times. I'm a glizzy guy.
Catch up.
All right?
That was very good.
Did you relish that opportunity?
I
regularly, well, not regularly right now, but when I get back to where I am, where I want to be, will once again resume to regularly going that way when I leave work. You know what's that way?
I'm well aware.
Costco's that way.
Yeah, I'm not going to give them a free plug.
I will.
Yeah, I'm not.
I'm a Costco guy. Not only am I a Costco guy, I am an executive member. Not a plebe, not a reg, not a normie. All right, not a base level bum.
So you're a business?
I'm an executive member.
You're a business.
No, that's corporate member. I'm executive.
Okay. All right.
I'm Costco VIP. And the reason I am Costco VIP is because the money that I will drop to have the Costco Black Card is made up annually by the number of times I stop on the way home and grab myself a $1.50 glizzy.
So this has nothing to do with you proselytizing and trying to get. So how many people did you get to join?
No. Let's be real clear. I do not want y'all to join Costco because it makes the hot dog line longer.
Well,
all right. I hope none of you.
It's impossible to get in and out of there. That's the reason why I just gave up my membership. It's not
absolutely not.
It's not worth the hassle.
It's absolutely not. I hope that none of you enjoy the incredible savings in bulk that Costco provides, the wonderful golf equipment that you can purchase at Costco, of which I utilize now and love it, by the way. I hope none of you do it, because every time that I walk in there and somebody's at the little membership desk getting their card, I'm like, damn, that's one more person I've got to wait behind in the glizzy line.
Dude, you are not hitting the links with Costco stuff.
I swear to you I am.
Maybe golf balls, but that's it.
Golf balls, I am testing out a Kirkland driver this weekend to see if I want to purchase one. And I will tell you right now, I have never hit a more forgiving lob wedge than the Kirkland wedge that I have already purchased.
That is the most sports-like thing said in the last 15 minutes.
Sir.
No offense to competitive eating. I apologize.
As somebody who is competitive ate before, it's a freaking sport, dude. It just is. Rip Joey Chestnut at the Nathan's hot dog eating contest. Nathan's, I want you to know, you've made a decision that is perfectly fine. It's completely reasonable. And yet, you have taken everything away from me in terms of my competitive eating fandom. Everything. Back after this on the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate. Rip, Joey.
See, I was Costco back before the traffic got bad, and now it's just not worth it. You know, it's not worth it. It's too much of a drive for me to come all the way up here to sit and wait to try to get in and out of the place.
I mean, that's fair.
Yeah, it's really what it comes down to. My savings are being eaten up in gas while I'm waiting to park or get out of there.
Hey, I'm going to throw an away screen up for 10 seconds, guys. Will you guys let me know if it has sound on it, please? Just let me know if it plays music. Okay, did that have music behind it? Please, LMK, as the kids say.
Now I'm curious as to what music you chose.
I don't remember if I put any on there or not. That's why I'm asking.
I could have just put it in queue. You know that, right? Here, let me use technology and see if I can figure it out.
AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com,
Come on.
Thank you, Miss April. Thank you, Mike. Appreciate you. I just made that yesterday. And
This is more proof that he trusts in you guys more than he does me. And that's fine. You know, that's fine. Good morning, April. I mean it sincerely. I don't know about him.
If Lonzo was as beat up as Lonzo thinks he's beat up, he'd be in the hospital most of the time.
You know, it has been a year since I was in the hospital. Thank you for reminding me. That's around this time last year when I thought I was going to die.
You got to beat up from the inside for that.
Yeah, and I was being fed intravenously for a week. Looking at that picture of an empty park bench with dead leaves all around it because the TV didn't work. Really, that's a bad picture to have in a hospital room. I mean, when you're thinking, laying there, I'm going to die, and I'm going to see that picture as the last thing when I die.
Burn it down!
On the stream, which you can watch at facebook.com/thefanupstate, twitter.com/thefanupstate, the Fan Upstate or the Rob Brown Show on YouTube or the Rob Brown Show on Twitch. During the break, we have little away screens that we put up. Alonzo and I do our best to stay on the stream during breaks, but we do step away during some breaks. Sometimes you got to hit a restroom break, or we gotta talk about something that we can't have the conversation about on the air or whatever. Sometimes, as Giannis once said,
what the hell you guys say it politely? I want to take a tinkle.
So I made a new one that has Lonzo and I in what is one of the coolest pictures that's just ever been taken, but the background is fire. And during the break, Lonzo said, that's a pretty good accurate representation of the 6 o'clock hour of this show, and nothing's ever been more true.
Also might be where we're heading with some of the things we say on the air. So.
This is also more than fair. This is also more than fair. We've got a new participant on the stream. Emily chimed in and said, yes, Glizzy talk at 6 a.m. You're damn right. It's never too early to celebrate one of the Glizzies are a top 3 all-timer.
Nope.
Top 3 all-timer are the Glizzies.
Nope.
They're utilitarian. They're adaptable. Hot dogs.
Thank you for finally saying what it is, because there are some people out there who have no idea what you're talking about.
Everybody knows what a glizzy is at this point.
No, everybody don't know.
The glizzy and pizza are the two foods that define regions of the country. That like people are willing to go to battle about their region's speciality in either pizza or glizzies. People are willing to fight over the bag. You ever had a Chicago dog? Not bad, right?
Not that I'm aware. I'm not a hot dog guy because I'm not poor. So I don't really eat them that much.
Of all of your takes, I think poor people eat hot dogs is easily the most infuriating, to be honest. Because it's just a bad take. Just a bad time. Glizzies are for everybody. For everybody. Speaking of glizzies, it just might be an all glizzy hour here. Dan Hurley.
I'm leaving then. I'm out.
Dan Hurley spurned the Lakers offer of 6 years for $70 million. He was never hired.
You used a VKM voice when you said spurned. I mean,
does he get that? Like, is that? I think it's only VKM voice if you say you're fired.
That's not true. I mean, using that tone, that's who you sound like to me. And to do what Rob would do, and to everybody else.
Everybody.
Yeah.
Speaking of glizzies, Dan Hurley turned down the Los Angeles Lakers. 6 years, $70 million. And he's going to go back to UConn. He's going to go back to college basketball. The Husky faithful. Wait. The Husky faithful. They are relieved that Dan Hurley is coming back to make a gun at the three-peat. Well, we found out something here. And I got to tell you, we sat and we wondered why. Why would Dan Hurley reject the Los Angeles Lakers offer to make him one of the 6 highest paid head coaches in the National Basketball Association? And now we have an answer. We have an answer now. The answer is J. Timothy's Tavern, a restaurant that sits in Sanford, Connecticut, not terribly far away from UConn, apparently offered Dan Hurley unlimited wings and glizzies for life as long as he stayed with the Huskies. And now we know the answer. Now we know the answer. The reason that he decided not to go to the league, it's not because he wanted the three-peat. It's not because UConn is negotiating to make him the highest paid head coach in college basketball. It's not for the millions and millions of dollars that he's going to make. It is because J. Timothy's Tavern offered him lifetime free wings and glizzies for staying on board with UConn. They are, by the way, this I'm kind of interested in. J. Timothy's Tavern, with an E on the end because it's Old English and very fancy, is known for their dirty wings. Wings that are apparently, great one, stick with me on this, fried, sauced, then once they have been fried and sauced, are flash fried again and then resauced. And I don't know how to feel about that, to be honest.
You say flash fry. How hot is the grease?
I don't know their process.
Another opportunity missed.
I don't know their process. Oh, son, I am off the game this week. Which is Steve Smith.
Hot as fish grease, bro.
Maybe you should prioritize certain ones and give them different colors.
Nobody's perfect, but I am very, very close.
So I had never heard of flash fry before, but I figured, it was implied that the grease would be hotter, right? Or are they just going, okay?
I believe that is the case. It is a very high heat deep frying technique. Now, ordinarily use it on thin cut wings that work, thin cuts. Like I flash fry my pork chops at the house. I love a flash fried pork chop. But so they fry the wings, they sauce the wings, but then they flash fry the wings, but they do it when the wings have already been sauced. So you're flash frying the sauce. What does that do? I'm genuinely curious at this point. I don't know. Anyway, now we know why Dan Hurley's staying a Connecticut Husky. It's the free wings and unlimited glizzies from the tavern. I'll tell you right now, the lady friend's BFF lives outside of Sanford. She lives about 15 minutes from UConn. And after reading this about the tavern, I kind of want to get back up there and go to the tavern and try out the dirty wings. I kind of want to give them a run. What?
So you're going to go all the way up there for that?
Yeah, and here's why. What if they are monstrously delicious? What if they are
then you're
oh my
have
God.
To deal with the fact that you have to go all the way up there to get them.
That's not true. I fry my own wings at the house. I fry stuff. I can fry some stuff at the house, Jack. Your boy can bread and fry some wings at the Hizzle. If I go up there and I try the dirty wings, which are fried, sauced, refried, resauced, and it is they're apparently famous for this, and they are something delectable, then I come back to the Hizzy, and I might do it at the house, man. Texter said, I would accept Glizzy's wings and beer as my payment from my employer without a doubt.
All right, I'm not going to give them free plugs, but there are a couple places around here who say they serve dirty wings.
I have to know.
Well, you can't have them now. Why tempt yourself?
What's one, right? What's the harm in one serving of 2 dozen at a time? I gotta try it, man. I gotta try it. I don't know what to tell you. I gotta try it. It's not an option for me. I have to try it. So Dan Hurley sticking around UConn.
Sounds like an
for the glizzies and wings
expedition for us and the engineering crew.
Yes, it is.
Go find some dirty wings.
Yes, it is. That is remarkably on point. All right, I promise we are going to talk sports on the radio program today.
You're talking about Dan Hurley.
That was sports adjacent. Let's be real. I was simply utilizing Dan Hurley to make my way to the conversation about deep fried, double fried wings.
You don't have to tell them everything.
I don't think it was thinly veiled.
I thought it was masterfully done. And then you had to tell them.
I don't think so. All right. So coming up on the show today, because we have a lot that we need to get to, aside from glizzies, which, by the way, Texter said nothing slaps more than the double glizzy at the clubhouse before the back nine. That is the truest thing.
I wish you children would stop.
Get on board, Grandpa.
This word bothers me.
Get on board, Gramps.
We're
talking glizzies in the streets.
Just hear people turning their radio off right now every time you say that word.
Bro, if glizzy is what finally turns them away from this show, I don't know what to say. Don't know what to say. Yes, you are correct, Texter. The turn dog is untouchable.
Turn
dog.
So is it on a spit?
No, once you play the front nine, you make the turn to the back nine. So you're at the turn, and that's where turn dog is.
Thinking, what Diesel would buy when he eats at the gas station. That's what I thought.
First off, gas station food, top notch. Top notch. Best boudin I've ever had in my life is at a gas station off the south of I-10 just outside of New Orleans, Louisiana. It's untouchable. It's untouchable. All right? Everybody loves a glizzy. Texas said, I guess I'm getting glizzies with chili today for lunch. Yes, the chili glizzy.
Peasants.
No. Delicatessens.
What?
Delicatessens. That's the word, right? But that's the dog,
you
not the
trying
people.
to say delicatessen?
Is that it? I don't know. I don't think I've ever used.
That's what a deli is. It's short for delicatessen.
Right, but like we refer to foods as that, don't we? I don't know. Whatever. Yes, Texter.
I'm not taking speech lessons from a guy who uses the word glizzy.
Texter, you have my full permission to grab a chili glizzy today at lunchtime. Texter says, what about the bird dog glizzy? Can I tell you how much the bird dogs have grown on me lately? Like, bird dogs have grown on me a lot lately.
No, not lately. Before you started on your journey.
Yeah. But, like, I'm going to tell you right now, when I get to that 210, because I've decided 210's the mark now, I'm celebrating with the Fat Guy meal, and it's just going to be like a glizzy buffet for one day. Back after this on the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate. High cholesterol is how you should feel. Nolan, I'm here to help. Is it me or is it the narcolepsy, bud? I wish I had narcolepsy.
No, you don't. I've seen people with that. It's like fall asleep while driving and stuff. You don't want that. You cannot do the job you're doing now if you had narcolepsy, because you'd be in the middle of a sentence and boom, you sleep. Then have to turn your mic off and put down a napkin or something while you're drooling over there. Sounds like extra work. I got to remember to go home today and watch the second episode of What Killed WCW.
I saw the ads for that.
First episode wasn't bad, but a lot of this is rehashing of things that I've already seen.
Yeah.
But there was a few new things. But this looks like it features Bret Hart, so there's going to be nothing but Bill Goldberg sucks. Bill Goldberg should not be wrestling.
Yeah, but you see what Goldberg said the other day about him?
Huh.
They asked Goldberg about the kick, and he said, you've got to know stuff like that's going to happen. You've got to protect yourself. But it's like, dude, you kicked him in the side of the ear. Like, you do know you're supposed to kind of pull that a little.
Well, he's kind of right, too. That's a danger of the sport. Hey, Bill's back.
Do you feel like it's almost impossible to lose weight on your own? Hi, this is Dr. Elliot Hirschhorn with New Life Weight Loss, and we know the secret to losing weight and keeping it off long-term without drugs or surgery. At New Life Weight Loss, many patients lose 20 to 30 pounds in about a month or two with our support staff and accountability. And we do that without prepackaged meals, no exercising, no drugs, or surgery. Go to mynewlifeweightloss.com now. Hey, it's Rob Brown. I started with New Life Weight Loss at about 262 pounds. This past weekend, crossed under 225. And here's my favorite part. I don't feel unfulfilled or unsatisfied. I don't feel like I'm missing out.
That went through the speakers. It can't be my fault. I haven't moved in like 45 minutes.
What went through the speakers?
The electricity.
No, that was just that loud.
Right. It.
Oh, you mean it popped?
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
That one stung. Tiger, I need you making putts, buddy.
So,
I need you playing on Saturday, pal.
So last night on NXT.
Yeah.
Did you see where
I haven't watched it yet.
Ethan Page and
Yes, I did see
Shawn
that.
Spears
I
and all
did
those
see
guys
that.
stayed there, and I
Seems like you're
was
all in
watching
a
it.
good
I was
place
watching
now.
it live. I was like, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Shots fired.
That's funny.
That was funny.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies candidates.
Speaking of Costco, I got to go today to pick up some Greg Norman golf shirts.
Wait. You mean the live guy?
Yep.
Why are you
Because
doing?
he makes real good golf shirts.
Okay. So okay, that sounds like a conflict.
It is a conflict.
Have
I
you,
am very conflicted.
have you seen the Scott Hansen video?
No.
I'll send it to you. There's a car crash involved, and some dude like steals a watermelon. And I haven't listened to the sound, but Scott Hansen is like dogging the dude, or he's giving play-by-play. I don't know.
But to help it stick that our local agents are insurance experts, we're going to say local agent 3 times in the next 5 seconds. Local agent.
It's
local agent.
it's one of them TikTokers, so it's only like 30 seconds, 24 seconds. Daggum TikTokers.
The Rob Brown Show on your radio. It's the Fan Upstate. The Glizzy Gang in the house today, as we are now affectionately known.
Who's in this gang? I'm not.
You and me.
No,
Glizzy Gang.
No.
For life.
I'm not flashing colors or anything. I'm not into that thing.
2 injuries that are the primary discussion about the NBA's finals as we head into game number 4 between the Boston Celtics and the Dallas Mavericks. Game 4, of course, this evening. An 8:30 tip in this.
Wait. The NBA finals are back today?
We're back, baby.
After
We're back.
3 days?
We're back.
My loins have been tingling.
Oh, it's travel time. That's what it is. Okay, because it takes a long time to get from Boston to Dallas by plane.
Ratings, by the way, in the tank for these finals. In the tank for these finals, which is disappointing. We'll talk about that later on. But I do want to talk about the game itself as we get prepped for game night. Ratings in the tank enough that I'm like, do I do more than like a segment a day on the NBA finals? Because nobody seems to care.
This thing should be just about over. According to you, it is. But still, I mean, as far as time-wise, it should almost be over.
Dallas is a 2.5-point favorite tonight. And I got to tell you, I am slamming Boston.
What is the normal home
3.
court event? Okay.
3.
Well,
So
I know what it is in football, but I
Yeah.
thought it might be different in basketball.
It's 3-3. It's 3-4 in basketball. And so this is basically a toss-up game, according to Vegas. Dallas getting a little love for being back at the Hizzle. 2 injuries that right now are being discussed as potentially game-changing. The first is, of course, Kristaps Porzingis. Porzingis has this is what they're calling it, because they have not been specific about what the injury is. A rare injury to his left leg. That's all they've given us. It's a rare injury to his left leg.
Poof.
I got nothing. I do not know what that means. A rare injury to his left leg that has downgraded him to questionable for this evening's contest. Now, of course, Luka was questionable for last contest, and he went.
They have multiple ingrown hairs. What is a rare? I mean,
Don't know. That's why I'm very intrigued, because on one hand, especially after game 1, It feels like that would be a big blow to Boston. But I would also point out, they lost Kristaps Porzingis after 2 games in that Miami series. They did not have him for the back half of that series. They did not have him for Cleveland. They did not have him for Indiana. And they were fine. They were fine. However, none of those teams, with the exception of Bam Adebayo in Miami, none of those teams really had a rim protector. Dallas has got 2. On the flip side, Dallas's rim defenders, Texture says it's game 3, not 4. Yeah, I know. I'm dumb. It's early. I'm dumb. I'm on the struggle bus today. Thank you, Texter. I'm an idiot. What do you want me to say? Dallas has 2 rim protectors.
Appreciate your help with keeping them honest. Thank
Yes,
you,
sincerely.
Texters. Yeah.
I'm an idiot. They have 2, although neither one of them, neither Lively nor Gafford, has really been a factor in this series so far. And my question is, without Porzingis out there, do those 2 come back into the fold as a factor? Did Kristaps Porzingis playing 20 minutes, 21 minutes in game 1 and 28 minutes in game 2, did that remove Gafford and Lively from the equation, or did they just disappear in the finals? Derek Lively is a rookie.
Do you remember back in the day, and some people are still saying this is the reason, when Draymond Green went out with Golden State and then Cleveland was able to, win the whole series? Is Kristaps that kind of important?
I mean, on one hand, common sense says yes. On the flip side, they got here without Kristaps Porzingis, and it was not a problem. They walked to the finals.
I heard you do this, talked about how easy it was up to this point as far as competition.
It was.
So they didn't need them.
I don't disagree with that either. But they're up 2-0 on Dallas, and both wins have been, to me, convincing. They've covered the spread both times.
I'll give you the first one. The second one wasn't convincing. It's, and I don't even know about the first one because they were up that much and Dallas got back into the game.
Again, I think you're ignoring the context of the final score. I think you're dialed in on the 21-point lead.
Wait. So the final score matters?
I mean, it does in that they went up 1-0, but the context of how they arrived at that final score is important. This is why there was a gentleman that I used to work with, and I butted heads frequently with this host over the concept of it being a requirement. All right, butting heads is not or you just like the word butt?
It's butthead. You said butthead.
All right.
It's
That's fair.
It's a derivative. It's a whatever of butthead.
I need TP for my bunghole.
Any chance that you get to do that, it's just you're welcome.
That's fair. There was a gentleman I used to work with that I used to knock noggins with over our differing philosophies. He was a believer that you did not necessarily need to watch the sport in order to have a take on the sport. And my belief was you cannot talk about these games if you do not watch them, because what happens that doesn't get shown on SportsCenter is more important than what happens and does get shown on SportsCenter.
Okay, so are you accusing me of that, even though
No,
I watched them?
Not at all.
The games?
Because
okay,
I do know what you watch the game. What I am saying is, if you look and the story of that game is, well, they were up 21 and then they were up 8, and you don't take into consideration the time period between the 21 and 8 and what was happening on the floor, and that is what I think you were doing, I think you missed the game. And I think what happened from the 21-point lead evaporating to the 8 is more on Boston taking their foot off the accelerator than it is on Dallas doing anything special. They didn't do anything special.
All right. To me, maybe it's because I'm so positive. I saw the tenacity of a team that was down so much and could have just quit and did not. They worked their way back into the game. Were they able to crest that mountain? No, but they were right up there within reach. And
if you are willing,
it was amazing to see a team not just go, all right, this game's over, we're done. And they didn't do that. They fought. I appreciate a fighter.
You are, and I respect this, because like if there is anything you can say about Lonzo, he always wants to see the best. He always wants to see the upstanding qualities in people. And I commend that. I don't. I see the worst in people. I dial in. I focus on the worst in people. Okay? There for every look at the tenacity of that team, there's another team that you can look and go.
Gravel. I couldn't quite do that. It would be a mistake.
Well, so that's the wrong word. That's where you're supposed to go with the Bobby Bowden, the tenacity of that team. For every team that is tenacious and bulldogging it out there, there's another team that is lackadaisical. There's another team that is letting off the gas a little bit. And that, to me, was the story. It was not that Dallas went out there and did anything that was different than what Dallas does on a game-by-game basis. It was more Boston did X, Y, and Z to get a 21-point lead. And then when it got to 21, it became very clear that Dallas could not compete, at least on that night. Maybe not in the series, but at least on that night, Dallas just didn't have the gree-gree, didn't have the voodoo to keep up with the Celtics. Boston went, all right, let's rest it up. We got 3 more games to win after this one, right? We can't leave it all out here to win by. What's the difference in winning by 50 and winning by 4? Nothing. You get 1 win credit.
Does
That's
this show
it.
come with a pronunciation guide or like a thing? You know, at the end you go back and look. This word means because I don't know what gree-gree.
What you looking for? Gree-gree.
Yeah. What is that?
Gree-gree is a Creole word that is luck, charm. It's kind of like voodoo, but it is more.
It's a voodoo rabbit's foot.
It is from voodoo.
Okay.
But it's so gree-gree is usually what describes the thing that gives you the charm, right? So like if you got
the mojo.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like you got you got a lucky necklace you wear, that's your gree-gree.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
It's very Creole thing.
I just was trying to help the peeps. That's all.
Glizzies. So I think that was the story in game 1. And I also do have to point out that that was the game that Kristaps Porzingis was at the best we've seen him in a very long time. Without Kristaps Porzingis being the best he's been in a very long time in game 2, that was the game that Dallas was actually in. That was the game that Dallas actually gave themselves an opportunity. They didn't, but they gave themselves a shot. And a lot of that has to do, I think, with the fact that Porzingis was pedestrian all game long and severely banged up with a, quote, rare left leg injury later in the contest, to the point that Lonzo pointed out the next day, Kristaps was limping around a little bit. He stayed in there because Porzingis said, I'll die out there if I have to, which, word. But there's
no, don't die.
Come on, dude. You respect that competitive spirit, right? You've laid it out on the line.
I do. I do. But at the same time, word it differently.
I mean, sometimes you just got to put it all out. But see, here's the thing. That's the Porzingis injury. And the Porzingis industry, come on, Robert. The Porzingis injury is indeed a big deal. However, there's another injury. This one for the Dallas Mavericks that I wonder what role it plays in this evening's contest. And that injury is Luka Doncic. Because the report dropped yesterday that before game 2, Luka Doncic had to get a shot. And I don't know what the shot was. I don't know if it was cortisone or a numbing agent, a numbing thing like the dentist gives you. Well, anesthetize is the verb.
Right.
Anesthetic. Anesthesia is the noun.
Anesthetic would be it. Okay.
But what is the actual product?
It's an anesthetic.
Anesthetic?
I believe. Yes.
I sound real dumb on the radio today. He had to get a shot. I don't know what the shot was. We don't know what the shot is. We just know he had to get a shot. in order to numb, dull, whatever the pain before game 3.
Do we
and
know
it
if
is,
the shot is for a rare leg injury?
we do not know if it is a rare or common.
Okay. All right.
It could be rare, common. What's the level above rare in a game? You got rare, you got common, you got uncommon, you've got whatever the last one is. We don't know what level on the
mid's
loot
in
scale.
there somewhere. It's a mid injury.
No, like when you play RPGs, you come across that one sword down in the dungeon. It's like it's of rare quality. It's of common quality. There's common, there's uncommon,
Elite.
there's rare. Is it elite? We don't know what level of injury it is that Luka Doncic is dealing with right now. We do know that he had to get a shot to deal with it before game 2. Part of the reason I have been doubting Luka Doncic, the reason I picked Dallas in 6, which, by the way, I now know I am wrong on. Part of the reason I picked Dallas in 6 was because I thought the leg injury was bothering Luka in Series 1 against the Clippers. Not a problem. I thought it was bothering him in Series 2 against the Thunder. Not a problem. I thought it was bothering him in Series 3 against the Timberwolves. He played all 7 games. In fact, Luka Doncic has played more games and more minutes than any other player in the NBA's postseason this year. I kept waiting for the leg injury to Luka Doncic to impact the game. And I'm not saying that it is going to in this evening's contest, but I'm saying if it is to the point that he is having to get numbed up before the game, at some point that won't be enough. At some point, it is going to drag Luka down, and I wonder, is that tonight? Is it game 4? Will it happen at all? I don't know, but the problem here is that Boston can win without Kristaps Porzingis. It'll be tough. It ain't going to be easy. They can win without Porzingis. Dallas cannot win if Luka is anything less than incredible.
See, I agree with you, but at the same time, when Luka gets hurt, he plays better. It's so weird. When he goes down on the court and he barely gets back up, he'll just go on a run. So I don't. He's like Ilya Dragunov. He just thrives off the pain, and it gives him focus.
You're not wrong, but look, man. Like at some point, when you are bleeding through knee pads and wraps, like at some point, I don't care how much of a Billy badass you are, your body just can't do it anymore.
All right, I've got to quote Jesse Ventura and say, I ain't got time.
Do it in the voice. Do it in the voice, or I'm not listening.
I can't.
Do it in the voice, or I'm not listening.
I have to read. I will get sick. Not doing
it in the voice.
Not doing it. And I don't think I can do that voice.
Sometimes. No, it's not good.
You can't. I mean,
sometimes.
He's got a very yeah, it's just.
Yeah, I don't think you can do it. Sometimes. I don't know. I can't do it. Point here is, I get it. There are some guys that just for whatever reason, they seem to upshift when they get a little dinged up. Like it makes them angry, right? Like I'm angry, I'm hurt. I should not be hurt. I can't get hurt. I'm Luka Doncic. I get it. And you're right. However, at some point, you just can't do the thing. At some point, your body just gives up. At some point, your body just cannot handle the pressure anymore. And I've got to wonder, are we at the point that Luka's at that spot? If my man is having to get anesthesia, again, I don't know what the shot is. But whatever the shot is, it is obviously to help him deal with the pain. If he is in enough pain that he's got to start getting shots, he's got to start getting jabbed just to go handle a game 2, what happens in game 3? What happens in game 4? What happens in game 5? What happens with the wear and tear of an NBA finals with the travel mixed in there starts to catch up with that injury? The answer is, huh? But I think both of these injuries could have a big time impact on game number 3. We'll break this game down more later on in the radio broadcast. The guy that plays hurt every day, so hurt, he can't do a Jesse Ventura voice, but he's going to anyway read this sports flash like he's paid for it. Because he is Lonzo.
Yeah, and I'm going to give you. Never mind.
Give me what I want.
I had a pay joke. No, I'm not doing that. time Nathan's hot dog eating contest champion Joey Chestnut Trader has been barred from this year's event by Nathan's after a dispute over his sponsorship of a vegan meat company that Nathan's considers a competitor. Chestnut has endorsed Impossible Foods that makes plant-based hot dogs. Chestnut has won the event 16 times, including the last 8 in a row, and owns the top 10 performance of all time, including a record 76 dogs and buns in 2021. The reigning WNBA champion Las Vegas Aces have lost their third game in a row for the first time since 2019 after a 100-86 loss to the Minnesota Lynx. Hey, tune in this afternoon from 3 to 7 for our still brand new local show, Wire to Wire. Cole Bryson and Diesel get you up to date on the latest local and sports news, all Wire to Wire. Traffic is jammed up, bro. Yes, pay attention to that.
This is the story of the week. As head of maintenance at a concert hall, he knows the show must always go on. That's why he works behind the scenes, ensuring every light is working, the HVAC is humming, and his facility shines. With range of supplies and solutions for every challenge he faces, plus 24/7 customer support, his venue never misses a beat.
Come here. Come here.
That was impressive.
Yeah. I just, I mean, it's been bothering me for a bit here.
Yep, saw that earlier.
Okay, and you saw who?
Yeah.
Who? Okay.
Hilarious.
Okay.
Hilarious.
Hilarious. Did Satan have to pay for his blue check? I don't know.
Galactic Empire is coming back in August,
Mhm.
and they are doing a concert with the Super Guitar Bros.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, it's going to be awesome. I don't know if I've told you this. One of Courtney's best friends just moved back here from Arizona, and her husband is a member of the 501st. And
You did tell me.
did I tell you?
Yeah.
So he texted me yesterday, and he's like, "Are we going to this?" And I'm like, "Yeah, dude, we're buying tickets Friday. Are you coming with?" He goes, "Yeah, let's get your Stormtrooper armor done by then."
Oh, you suck. Can you get it done that quick?
He's got a 3D print. He's got his own 3D printer.
Right. I wonder how much the materials would cost for that.
There was a celebrity softball game in Cleveland, and a good number of the Browns were participating in it. So they have this old lady that hits a ball.
I saw.
You see it?
Yeah.
Do you see them do a celebration after they get her out at first? So good. So good.
Yeah, you just like it because she's
Yup.
old. Yeah.
Stun on them.
It's very Diablo, Nolan. Although I guess there's been other games with it like that too.
In the early 90s, this was also about the time that Jim Harbaugh had a recurring guest role on a television show that I did watch religiously in the early 90s. Do you know what it was? Cheaters. No. Very well done.
Don't hit snooze. Play the Ron Brown Show. Now morning 6 to 10 on The Fan.
The Fan Upstate.
The latest sports decides to Wills, props, parlays, futures, and much more real-time, relevant sports.
Looky there. It's the 17th anniversary of Vince McMahon's limo blowing up. New Life, first break.
New life in the first break. 10-4.
Thank you for your monotone response.
I could have given you no response.
That is true, but that would be normal. But wait, don't talk. Wait, don't talk. Wait.
Hour number 2 is the Rob Brown Show. Starts here on the Fan Upstate. Robin Lonzo with you. Lots to get to, lots to talk about on the radio program today, including more lamentation for the loss of perhaps America's most elite athlete. No, I am not talking about Scotty Scheffler. I am talking, of course, about Joey Chestnut, banned from the Nathan's hot dog eating competition this year.
Now I got to get that Arnold Schwarzenegger and the lamentations of the women.
See your enemies cower before you. Hear the lamentations of their women. It's a shame, is what it is. And now I really just want to go watch that scene with Donald to see your enemies crushed beneath you. What? Okay. I'm not going to sit here and
Conan
go off on
is
that,
it's a classic, dude.
it is.
I mean, do not disparage Conan. The Destroyer, that's something totally different, but the Barbarian, really good.
All that matters is that two stood against many. All right, a lot to get to in this hour of the radio program. We'll do some more NBA Finals talk today as we get set for Game 3. This one in Dallas. And the Mavs must get back in. Mr. Swift says all the talk about his imminent retirement is just that, talk. He wants to play, quote, until the wheels fall off. End quote. They asked him about an increased workload this year, and he said, load me up, baby.
Why would his workload be? I mean, they got
because he's busy gallivanting around the world.
Okay. All right. I thought they were talking about on the field.
He's famous now.
Oh, wow.
He's finally been put on the map.
When did that happen?
When he started dating Tay-Tay, man.
Who's that?
When he started dating Tay-Tay.
So you're saying he was never famous before as being maybe.
I'm just saying, Taylor put him on the map.
In some people's eyes, including mine, the greatest tight end of all time.
Let's not go crazy. One of the. I'm good with. So what's your phrase? GOAT so far?
So far, for sure. Yes.
We'll talk about that later in the show. We got to talk about this PGA Tour
Gronk
Live Tour meeting.
People, I got 2 words for you.
Hell yeah!
I couldn't find it.
And if you're not down with that, we got 2 words for ya.
So we'll get to that later on in the show. We got to get to the Live PGA. They are set up for another meeting. Rory McIlroy and Tiger Woods have both commented on that. We'll talk a little bit about the U.S. Open at Pinehurst this weekend. Prison Scotty is going to try to get win number 6. By the way,
did you see the video of someone coming to the golf course and they've got the cop hanging on the side of it on their door? It's great. I mean, I'm surprised you haven't bought one yet.
Now I got to go
find that. I don't know if it was homemade or if they bought it at the store, but it looked pretty.
Love that.
Yeah.
I will get to see Scotty Scheffler on Saturday. We know that. He's making the cut, no doubt about it. John Rahm, I will not get to see. I think I'm a witch because the first guy that I brought up, I said, all right, if I can't watch Tiger, who do I go watch? Is it John Rahm? And then John Rahm went ahead and pulled out of that tournament because he has got a sore and a lesion on his foot between his little toe and his big toe, to the point that he showed up at Pinehurst wearing tennis shoe on one foot and flip-flop on the other. And I was like, dude, just stay home.
I gotta say,
you could have told us this from your living room, big dog.
That doesn't sound like a rare injury, though. So,
no,
I mean,
that's a common injury.
Yeah, that's just a common injury. And what's a male practitioner of voodoo called? Is it a witch doctor? I mean, because I don't
know.
Trying to figure out,
but I think I might be one.
What to call you?
I think I might be
or
one.
Maybe this is an advantage because it's one less competitor for Tiger and a better shot of him making the cut.
Optimism, baby.
That's what
Tiger. I know you're listening, Tiger. Tiger, Eldrick. I know you're listening, Eldrick. I need you playing Saturday, my guy. All right, I got one shot, one opportunity to see Eldrick Tiger Woods play around in person in my life, and it is this Saturday at the U.S. Open. Tiger, I need you playing on. Do you understand that on Friday, I won't be doing anything but watching round 2, sending every bit.
Hopefully you'll be doing a show in the morning.
Oh, no. The
It's,
minute we're off
okay.
the air, the TV's going on in the Fortress of Nerditude Thursday and Friday to watch rounds 1 and 2, and I will be taking all of my voodoo power, which apparently I have, sorry, John Rahm, and just channeling it into Tiger Woods. Getting all the gree I can get, channeling it into Tiger Woods so he's playing on Saturday. I will acknowledge to you that while as a radio analyst, I am fair and balanced TM. I show no support for anyone as an analyst.
Wow, you did that without grimacing. Way to go.
As a fan, I don't want anything in sports as much, or haven't in a very long time, as I do Eldrick to make the cut so I can watch that guy tee it up on Saturday. It's all I want. All right, it's all I want. Hey, would you look at that? It's 7:06 in the morning. You got less than 54 minutes until you got to get to the office. You got to clock in. Let's be real. You know Ken that works down at the other end of the hallway? I don't know what department Ken is in. I don't know that Ken actually works there, or if Ken, like Milton from Office Space, just happened to find a glitch where he's still on the payroll.
I think Kenny's in acquisitions. That's what I think. That's what I heard.
I didn't know. I've seen Ken. I talk to Ken all the time. You're going to walk down the hall. You're going to find Ken. You're going to be like, Ken, what do you go say? We talk about the things that were discussed on the Rob Brown show this morning. And Ken's going to go, yeah, dude, work sucks. Why would I want to keep doing this? And you're going to go hide in the office somewhere the boss can't find you. You're going to talk about sports. And if you want to talk about sports, you need to know what's going on in the world of sports. And if you need to know what's going on in the world of sports, you need this.
Are you ready for the playbook of the peculiar, the almanac of the absurd, and the encyclopedia of the extraordinary? Well, you better be, because we're diving headfirst into the 3 top stories that will have your coworkers saying,
I'm not going to play with it anymore.
Yeah, stop it.
before they take their first bathroom break.
My loins have been tingling.
Here we go.
Welcome to the water cooler session on the fan.
Whoa, 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 whoa! You sick freak!
Water cooler cheat sheet, top 3 sports stories you need to know before you get to the office for this lovely June 12th, 2024. Let's dive right in with item number 1.
Sorry, premature. It happens when you get it.
That is not the clip I wanted to play right there. Not at all. Nope. Thanks, Darby. Paul Maneri has been named the head baseball coach of the University of South Carolina. Athletics director Ray Tanner made that announcement yesterday. He is the 31st head coach in the history of Gamecock baseball. Paul Maneri's first order of business, announcing the retention of associate head coach and hitting coach Monty Lee, and the addition of pitching coach and recruiting.
So what it was is we had to do some recruitination. And so we was able to bring in some people who are a little iffy, but, they're good for the team. That's what's happening when you're doing the recruitination. Yeah.
There's just days you hate yourself. And today's that day for me. Recruitinator, the guy who coordinates the recruits, a recruitinator. That's just the thing we say now. Brought on Terry Rooney and assistant coach John Hendry into the fold. Ray Tanner
did you say Joe Henry?
No, I did not, but
okay.
That man's showing up in the Battle Royal.
I
want you to know.
I believe in him.
I believe in him. Ray Tanner said, quote, Paul Maneri is an outstanding coach, teacher, competitor, and someone that I have known for many years. One can judge his success through his many championships, NCAA and SEC, but I see the impact he has made on young men and know he can have that same success here as he has achieved in his career, end quote. Maneri is the active leader in career wins in Division I baseball with 1,505. Guided LSU to a 2009 national championship, a 2017 runner-up finish. He has made 6 College World Series appearances, 5 of them with LSU, 1 with Notre Dame. Won 4 SEC championships, 6 SEC tournament championships, and 10 NCAA regional championships. Maneri is a 2-time SEC Coach of the Year and a 4-time National Coach of the Year, which means that twice he was the National Coach of the Year, but not the SEC Coach of the year. Maneri spent 15 seasons at LSU, as we have mentioned. During that tenure, LSU captured a remarkable 31 team championships, including the 09 NCAA title, 9 NCAA regional championships, 5 super regional championships, 4 SEC conference championships, 6 SEC tournament titles, and 6 SEC Western Division crowns. In 11 of his 14 full seasons at LSU, the 2020 season obviously canceled after only 17 games due to COVID, Maneri led the Tigers to at least one team championship. Maneri is 1505, 77, 7, and 8 all-time in 39 seasons of collegiate coaching. Before he got to Notre Dame, he was also at St. Thomas University and Air Force. He has guided teams to 46 team championships, 31 at LSU, 15 at Notre Dame. So a big hire there. And I've said before, and I shall say again, this is, as far as I am concerned, a pivotal hiring for Ray Tanner. It is a pivotal hiring for Ray Tanner because there are, I think it's fair, question marks about Shane Beamer at this point. Now we got to figure out if Tanner can't get baseball right, knowing everything about Ray Tanner and his history with Gamecock baseball. If he can't get this one right, if Paul Maneri, who is 66, coming off of multiple years of retirement and has not been in HC since the NIL and portal era began, if he is not the right guy, I think it will be fair to start having questions about not just the coaches, but about Ray Tanner himself. We'll find out. It wasn't the only move the Gamecocks made yesterday, as Ashley Chastain, a former Gamecock student athlete and grad assistant, has been named the 11th head softball coach, according to Ray Tanner. Tanner said, quote, Ashley Chastain is the right choice to take our softball program to the next level. She has had success in every stop of her coaching career. It is exciting to bring back a South Carolina alum to lead our softball program. Chastain returns to the Gamecocks after serving as head coach for the Charlotte 49ers for the last 5 seasons, where she led her teams to a 154-96 overall record, a 62% winning percentage, a 65-32 conference mark, and 2 NCAA postseason berths. So a couple of big hirings yesterday for Ray Tanner. We'll see how those work out. Let us get to item number 2. Game number 3 is item number 2 on the water cooler cheat sheet, as Dallas and Boston will resume the NBA Finals this evening, this time in the Big D. And I do mean Dallas. The Mavericks will be playing the role of the home side this evening as they host the Beantown Celtics in game number 3. But the story is not that the game is happening. The story is the 2 players that are battling injuries right now. On one hand, Kristaps Porzingis suffered what is being described as a, quote, rare, end quote, leg injury to his left leg, sustained in game number 2, a leg injury that is unrelated to the injury that caused him to miss quite a bit of these playoffs so far. Played in just a couple of games against Miami, missed all of the Cleveland series, missed all of the Indiana series, made his return for the NBA Finals in game 1, had a phenomenal game 1, was sluggish in game number 2. How much of that was due to injury? How much of that was just ring rust? We don't know. We may find out tonight. It is Luka Doncic, the star, the heartbeat of the Dallas Mavericks, that the Mavs are concerned about. It was reported yesterday that Luka Doncic did have to get a shot to the leg in preparation for game number 2. You will remember that he was downgraded to questionable right hours before game number 2 tipped off. He got the shot. He did go out there and play. He put up a 30-point triple-double. It was not enough, as the Mavs fell in that one as well. Luka is expected to go tonight. He is not listed on the injury report directly, at least not yet. as anything short of probable. We will find out what, if any, impact the two injuries to Kristaps Porzingis and Luka Doncic have in game number 3 tonight. Let's get to item number 3. I have bounced back and forth about which of these two stories should be item number 3. On one hand, we have more Live Tour PGA Tour meetings that are coming up. We have comments from Rory McIlroy. We have comments from Eldrick Tiger Woods about the upcoming meetings and the direction that at least those two individuals would like to see these meetings go. But that is not what I'm going to go with item number 3. Instead, I am going to go with a story that rocked America yesterday. I am going to go with a story that dominated social media yesterday. I am going to go with a story that caused a pained, emotional response from Americans across the country yesterday. Joey Chestnut has been banned from the Nathan's hot dog eating contest. Now, you may say, Rob, why would you make this item number 3 over the PGA Live Tour merger? The answer is because the water cooler cheat sheet is designed to catch you up on the 3 top sports stories that you will be talking about at work today. And if the reaction to this announcement from yesterday is anything to go by, it might be the only thing that you talk about tomorrow. And don't tell me competitive eating is not a sport. Major League Eating is a thing. And it is a thing for a reason. So, Joey Chestnut picked up an endorsement from Impossible Meat. Impossible Meat is a company that makes a meat-like substance out of plant. It is designed to be a meat substitute that allows vegetarians and vegans or folks who believe that plant-based meat is a better alternative to actual meat, whatever your reasoning. It places something on the table so that you can still knock down a glizzy while maintaining your stance on meat, whether it is for ethical reasons or health reasons. Joey Chestnut picked up an endorsement with the incredible Impossible Glizzy Company. And Nathan's, who is, of course, the sponsor of the 4th of July hot dog eating contest, said, no, bro, you can't pimp another glizzy and still show up and put our meat in your mouth and think that's okay.
Please stop.
Talking about the water cooler cheat sheets item number 3? I can't. This is important to the people.
Stop pimping your glizzy because it just doesn't sound family friendly.
I'm not pimping my glizzy. Joey is out there pimping plant-based glizzies. And Nathan's, of course, the most popular of all of the regular meat glizzies, is saying, no, bro, you can't pimp the other glizzy and still show up and eat our meat. Can't do that. So he's out of the 4th of July hot dog eating contest. And aside from the hype guy who does the intros, what a mistake, because what else am I watching for? We tuned in to the 4th of July glizzy eating contest for one reason and one reason alone, and that's to see if Joey C was going to knock down another world record. By the way, he currently holds the record at 76 glizzies and buns.
Hey, Rob, let me give you some grandpa wisdom. It's a work.
It is not a work.
It's a work. Look at all the publicity he's getting. And then suddenly Joey's going to relent or Nathan's is going to relent. He's going to show up and all will be right in the world, especially in the United States on July 4th when we celebrate our freedom. It's a work. Everyone is talking about this. Everyone. It's a work.
Lonzo believes that any story that breaks, that gets publicity, is a work. If you do anything that generates publicity, intentional or not, it's a work.
Unless it's a rare leg condition, that's legit.
No, it's a work. It's a work from.
Oh, it's rare.
No, it's a work.
As someone
from,
who grew up one day, woke up one day with a hole in their leg for no reason, which I showed you. You were very unhappy.
and we
with that.
talked about it on the air.
Yeah,
because it was a work.
No,
It was a work.
No. All right. See,
You did it for attention.
You're
It's a
trying to
work.
do this thing where
I use your logic against you.
No, where we
Yes, I
already
am.
know as an outstanding member of the sports media, you are already informed of the work. And so you were told to push the work. And now that I'm onto it and you're a Illuminati brethren, you're going to try to put it on me. But we all know it's a work.
It's not a work. It's not a work. It is a direct result of a marketplace competition between two glizzy companies, one that makes their meat out of plants and one that is meat. Joey Chestnut went with his glizzy of choice, which is, of course, and fairly, the one that paid him for it.
It's a work, brother.
And Joey Chestnut got the boot from the Nathan's hot dog eating competition. It is a sad, sad day for all of America. Texter said, what the is a glizzy? It's annoying hearing that word.
It's very annoying. And because I've showed that I find it annoying, he will say it 10,000 times, which I deserve because I do the same thing. So, but still.
A glizzy, Texter, is a hot dog.
It's not. A hot dog's a hot dog.
A glizzy is a hot dog. And Lonzo, hater of hot dogs, does not have a place in this conversation. All right? You don't like them. You insult them. You come after those of us that love the glizzy. You don't get say in what we call them.
Okay, you're right. Why should I care about the lessers who eat hot dogs? Peasantry.
Exactly.
Peasantry.
Chris says, we have reached our glizzy quota for the year.
We did that like 6 months ago.
Maybe more glizzy talk when we come back on the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate. All right, guys, got a live read right here. We'll be right back. Stay right there for me, please, and thank you. to the dorkiest thing of the week. Yesterday, I found a company that you can pay for. It's like booking a vacation, except for you go on archaeological digs. Isn't it? And you can pick, like, do you want to go on a dinosaur dig? Do you want to go on a heritage site dig? Do you want to go on like a like an indigenous peoples dig? But they take you on an archaeological dig. And I'm like, yo, you're going to let me go dig up actual dinosaur bones? Yeah, I'm absolutely doing that.
Man, someone's loud in the hallway. Or is that you listening to your phone?
I was listening to my phone. Texter said, y'all going to have to take Bobby's show to serious. He's more profane than stern. What is this, Pornhub radio? You know me, just out here being the degenerate that I am. What can I tell you? What can I tell you? I'm trying to make the world a worse place. Hey, Paul Maneri is the new baseball coach at South Carolina. That announcement was made official yesterday by Ray Tanner, the athletic director at the University of South Carolina. I gave you my concerns yesterday. I will briefly reiterate them. On one hand, Paul Maneri has had a ton of success. On one hand, Paul Maneri is one of the greatest all-time baseball coaches at the collegiate level. On one hand, Paul Maneri is, like, as coaches go, he is up there in the top, I think 11 I looked up yesterday, all-time wins total. He is up there with Augie. He's up there with Mike Martin. He's up there with Gene Stevenson. Like, he's up there amongst the all-time greats. And when you get a guy that has that kind of resume, when you get a guy that has the level of accolades, when you get a guy that has been to the postseason in the modern era of a sport, it's hard to pass on that opportunity. But there's a flip side to that argument. The flip side to that argument is Paul Maneri has not coached in 4 years. And you may or may not know this. You know this because you're listening to the show, which means you are a big old stinking genius. But college athletics has changed dramatically in the past few years. Certainly since Paul Maneri left LSU. I have not expressed concern about what health issues may have struck Paul Maneri. As I said, I think that from what I've been told, there were some behind-the-scenes issues with Maneri's health that caused him to step away at the end of the 2021 season. I think there were some things behind the scenes that caused some issues for Paul Maneri that forced him to walk away, or at least created a situation where he elected to walk away. If my man says he's good enough to come back and Ray Tanner looked into those issues and believes and trusts him, then it is what it is. All right? Not my business. Not my business. The concerns that I have are strictly in relation to the job and the ability to do it. Yesterday, I had 3 separate conversations with 3 different people who covered the LSU program or were involved with the LSU program when Paul Maneri was there. And I can tell you that unsolicited mostly, all three of them said that there was one very interesting trait that they saw in Paul Mainieri. All three of them said to me that Paul Mainieri will absolutely be a friend of the show. They all three said that Paul Mainieri very, very much cared about making sure that the LSU baseball program was seen in as positive of a light as is possible by the local community. Paul Mainieri will do every radio interview he is asked to do. He will do every TV interview he is asked to do. He will show up at every event that he is asked to show up at. Every one of them said fans will love Paul Mainieri because Paul Mainieri loves the fans. Good. Great. That's excellent. There is something to be said about relationship building by the head coach of a baseball program like South Carolina's that intends on being a powerhouse. It intends on being nationally recognized as one of the finer institutions in baseball. But there was something else that I got told 3 times by 3 different people without naming names. I spoke with one person who was a trainer, an athletic trainer for the LSU baseball team in the mid-2010s when Paul Mainieri was there. I spoke to one person who played one season for Paul Mainieri. And I spoke with someone who was a media member in Baton Rouge during Paul Mainieri's run. And all 3 of these individuals, unsolicited, told me that Paul Mainieri was kind of, I'll say, standoffish around the actual team. I'm talking about the players. Paul Mainieri did not have time for any bull from the players, is what one of them told me. If a player came in and they were not dialed in on the baseball team, Paul Mainieri would dress them down. If they came in and they were playing poorly, Paul Mainieri's not a, come on, big dog, you got this kind of guy. He's more of a, hey, you suck and you need to stop sucking kind of guy. Now, that's not necessarily bad. A lot of players respond to that.
Yeah, it sounds like what you say to me every day after the show.
Yeah, Lonzo,
once we turn the stream off.
Lonzo, get your together, man. What are you doing over there? Here's the thing. How does that fly in the transfer portal era? I think it's a fair question to ask. Coming up at 9 a.m., we'll talk to Dave Schultz. Dave Schultz covers sports for the Locked On Pod Network. He has hosted multiple stations around the South, is actually about to pick up a gig in Fayetteville, Arkansas next. Dave Schultz covered this program. We will talk with Dave and see if he falls in line with that train of thought. We will do all of that and more when we come back on the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate.
Mario done?
I knew I'd double book something. Freaking hell.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Yes, I will. Hey, guys, I got to make a quick phone call. Be right back. we're back. Thanks for hanging in there, dudes and dudettes. I'm not going to hang on this too long, but can I tell you how damn ridiculous it is that Scotty Scheffler is plus 290 to win the U.S. Open at Pinehurst. And the next closest odds are Xander Schauffele at 10-1. Prison Scotty is less than 3-1 to win this tournament. The next closest guy is Xander Schauffele at 10-1. That is asinine, dudes.
It's like Tiger in his heyday. That was like that, right?
It honestly, it might be worse than that. Like I don't know. Well, depending on what side of the bet you're on. I will tell you that I was not really dialed in to the sports gambling when Eldrick was at his top notch, when Eldrick was dominating. By the way, just to put into perspective what Scotty is doing right now. Of the 10 top win totals, while a player is ranked number 1 in the world in a single season, 9 of those spots are occupied by Tiger Woods. The other is occupied by Scotty Scheffler. That's how good this guy is. It's
for now.
It is genuinely, literally unbelievable.
Can he? How soon would he be able to take some of those away?
4 more wins in 1 year. I think Eldrick had 9 at one point. Scotty's on 5 so far, and we're only at what, major number 2 or major number 3 right now, or major number 2. I don't know. Point is, Scotty Scheffler is unbelievable. My man is less than 3-1 to win. And by the way, Pinehurst is considered one of the more difficult courses to win a major on. Somebody yesterday, great one, to put into perspective what this like. If you ever want to watch PGA Tour golfers look like regular scratchers, watch this tournament. Somebody yesterday, one of the influencers yesterday, was out there at Pinehurst walking for a practice round and covering the event. And they walked up, great one, and they stood on a green, and they took a golf ball, and they dropped it on the green like a few feet from the flagstick. The ball hit the ground straight down. Didn't like put any left, right, front, back. Just dropped it straight down. The ball hit the green, bounced, and then took off rolling off the green about 12 feet. Just gone. That's what these guys are up against this weekend. And in those conditions, against the field that is a stacked field, the Live Tour got Bryson DeChambeau, everybody that's not John Rahm, because I am a witch. Everybody that's not John Rahm is playing this weekend against the field of the best golfers available. Scotty Scheffler has shorter than 3-1 odds to win this event. And the next closest guy, a guy that literally just won a couple of weeks ago, is 10-1. That the athletes that reach that level of dominance. What other athletes are on that level right now? If Simone Biles comes back and she is as good as she was before she got the yips, Simone Biles is at that level of dominance. Who else is on that list right now? Who else is on that list? Patrick Mahomes, maybe. Like maybe. Who else is on that list? Anthony Edwards is not on that list. Luka Doncic putting up an average of a triple-double. He's not the only guy doing that. I'm genuinely trying to think. Outside, okay, Joey Chestnut's on that list. Outside of those fellas, who else is on that list? Asia Wilson in the WNBA. I mean, she is clearly the best player in the association right now. Is she on that list? Like, she's real close to it. Scottie Scheffler might be the most dominant athlete at their sport in the game today. Is there anybody you can think of that you would think? Patrick Mahomes' team does not have 3-1 versus 10-1 to the next closest team's odds to win the Super Bowl. I'm trying to think in college football. Like, the last guy that was even in this realm, Tim Tebow.
See, I'm trying to think of maybe boxing or MMA, someone like that.
I mean, 2 years ago,
maybe Mayweather back in the day would have had those odds.
I mean, maybe, but I think that there were heavyweights at the time that were also dominant in their game.
Tyson, maybe during his time when he was so dominant. Maybe there was no one.
Tyson's probably fair. Shohei Ohtani in baseball. Shohei. And for the record, not right now because he's not pitching. But Shohei Ohtani that can win a Cy Young and a batting title in the same year, he's on that level. I've said already, I think Shohei Ohtani is the greatest baseball player to ever walk the face of planet Earth. So Shohei, Joey Chestnut, Simone Biles, if she is truly back. Who else? There was a period where in his prime, Michael Phelps. But I'm talking right now today. On planet Earth today, I don't think anybody is as good at their thing, or as dominant, I should say. I don't think anybody is as dominant at their thing as Scottie Scheffler is at his thing right now today. I'm not saying it's a foregone conclusion Scottie Scheffler is winning the U.S. Open this weekend, because I don't know.
Right.
I am saying he's 3-1 and the next closest guy is 10-1.
There is a guy, and that guy is in the news right now. Controversial.
Whoa!
No,
Okay.
Joey Chestnut.
I just said him.
Did you?
Yeah.
I didn't hear.
Sorry,
you
you
say
ignore me all the time.
Well, you know. You didn't elaborate on the Joey Chestnut, so you were like throwing out names.
I
guess I missed it.
Scottie Scheffler, number 1. Simone Biles, if she's back, number 2. Joey Chestnut, number 3. Shohei Ohtani, number 4. And Shohei on the assumption that when he gets back on the bump is going to go back to being as dominant as he was last year. Shohei Ohtani, if he can come back, number 4. But outside of that, I cannot think of any other active athlete.
I would put John Jones in there, but
nope.
He's not active.
I don't think MMA has that guy right now. Boxing doesn't have that guy right now. Pro wrestling doesn't have that guy right now. Baseball has that guy only if Shohei Ohtani comes back to throwing. I don't think women's basketball has that guy. I don't think men's basketball has that guy. I don't think. I think that's the list. Text me 71307. Who am I leaving off? Who are the most dominant athletes today? These odds for Scottie Scheffler are, and I mean this, stupid. That's stupid. I'll put it this way. In gambling terms, Scotty Scheffler, despite the fact that he's the best player on planet Earth and it's not particularly close right now, Scotty Scheffler at plus 290, there's not enough value to make a bet on that. Just in case he, trips coming out of a sand trap or something. Twist his ankle, can't finish the tournament. I don't think that there is another guy out there or another gal out there that can do anything to place themselves on that level. Scotty Scheffler is right now less than 3-1. There is not value to make a bet on the best player on planet Earth today. The value's not there. Less than 3-1, right? When you bet, so I've been asked before, why would you bet on an event where there is one winner out of a field, right? Like, why would you try to guess the right stock car in a 30-car race? My answer is, all right, well, just because there's 30 guys doesn't mean there's 30 guys that are going to be competitive. There's going to be 10, 11 guys that are competitive. But ordinarily, you're picking guys at odds that are like 5.5 to 1, 6, 7 to 1. And so you pick, say, 4 guys. You take the 4 most likely to win cars. And as long as you get the right guy, you're going to make money, right? So let's say I put $100 down on four different cars. And I put $100 down on a car that's 5 to 1, 6 to 1, 7 to 1, and 8 to 1. If I put $100 down on the guy that's 5 to 1, I win $500. I bet $400. I'm getting one back plus the cash. I'm down $300. So I made $300. And obviously, if I bet $100 on a guy that's 6 to 1, I get $600 back. So it's going to cover up the 3 bets that I lost if I get the right guy. In golf, ordinarily, it's kind of the same thing. I'm going to look at the course. I'm going to look at who has a historically good record there, who's won there, who's gotten close there. I'm going to look at who's playing the best golf, who's getting the right greens and regulation, who's hitting fairway efficiency, yada, yada, yada. I'm going to pick my 3 or 4 guys that are the 3 or 4 guys I think most likely to win. And then as long as I get the winner, I'm not going to win as much as if I only guess the winner, but my odds of getting the right guy go up. And while my profit margin's going to go down a little bit, I'm still going to make money. So it's not worth it because at 3 to 1, let's just call it 3 to 1 for the sake of the conversation. If I bet $100 on Scotty Scheffler at 3 to 1, I'm getting $300 back, right? I'm getting $300 back, which means that if I want to make other bets, I can only bet on 2 other guys, and that's to break even, assuming that Scotty Scheffler wins the thing. There's no point. You're better served to pick 2 guys, Xander Schauffele at 10 to 1 and maybe a dark horse that's sitting 60 to 1. Pick those guys, hope you get real lucky, and just don't be mad when Scotty wins. But at 3 to 1, who else does that right now? Texter said Usain Bolt in his prime. No. Listen, just for the sake of the conversation, I appreciate the text. 71307, start your text with FAN, F-A-N. I'm talking about today, right now. June, what's today? 11th? June 12th? June 12th. Numbers are hard. June 12th, 2024. Is there any other athlete on planet Earth that has the dominance in their sport that Scotty Scheffler has in golf right now? I do not think that there is. Simone Biles, if she comes back from the yips. Joey Chestnut in Major League Eating. Who else? Right? Leo Messi is not, he's still one of the best, if not the best player on planet Earth, but he's not as dominant. There's the Kylian Mbappe's of the world out there now that kind of bring him back down to reality. Who else is in that conversation of most dominant at their game? There's not that guy in the NBA. There's not that gal in the WNBA. Shohei Ohtani is on that list if and only if he gets back to pitching. He's not on it today. Right now, he's a very, very good DH, but he's a DH. I can't put a DH on the most dominant baseball player list if that's all he does. He is the most dominant DH in the game right now. If Shohei Ohtani comes back next year, threatens a batting title, and BT Dubs is also in the mix for a Cy Young award, then he's absolutely on that list. But who else? Who else? Text me 71307 if you got anybody. I don't. Maybe I'm missing somebody, but I'm racking the noodle and I got nothing. My man is less than 3-1 to win one of the most difficult golf tournaments on one of the most difficult golf courses all year long. As a texter said a minute ago, putt-putt courses in the 80s had slower greens than Pinehurst does. Lonzo just furrowed his brow like, oh, damn.
Yeah, I was really into the putt-putt in the 80s. So
yeah.
I mean, those things were...
You remember how old putt-putt courses are effectively concrete with a layer of AstroTurf over the top?
Absolutely.
Pinehurst is worse than that. Pinehurst is like if it was a putt-putt course, but the turf wasn't on top of it. It's just concrete. Could you imagine just putting on concrete and the green has hills on it? It's impossible. So, I don't know, man. It's wild. Texture said, what about MLS Messi? Yes, if you are talking MLS. But no, if I am including soccer around the rest of the planet. If you ask me right now if I want Messi or Kylian Mbappe, I'm going Mbappe. There are players on Messi's level who were doing it in much more difficult leagues. So I can't put Messi on the list anymore. 10 years ago, absolutely. 5 years ago, absolutely. I can't today. I think the list is Scotty Scheffler of golf, Simone Biles in gymnastics, if she has truly gotten back from the yips. And by the way, they're going through all the gymnastics competitions right now leading up to the selection of the Olympic team, and she's kicking everybody's ass. So I'm going Scheffler, Biles, Joey Chestnut, Shohei Ohtani if he goes back to being a dominant pitcher, and who else? Texas said Cody Rhodes in WWE. If I put aside the it's scripted jokes, which I'm happy to do because I'm a wrestling fan, no. Right now is all the respect that Cody Rhodes has and has earned. Damian Priest is right there with him. Gunther is right there with him, right? I don't think there's that guy in WWE right now. I cannot think outside of Scheffler, Biles, Chestnut, and Ohtani, if he can come back as a dominant pitcher. I can't think of an athlete active today that is anywhere close to what Scotty Scheffler's doing in golf.
Will on the stream says Judge.
Aaron Judge is playing the best baseball of his career right now. You're damn right. Am I putting him with is he that far ahead of everybody else right now today? Aaron Judge has hit a dinger in 3 consecutive games right now. Aaron Judge leads Major League Baseball in home runs. He is at 25. The next closest is Gunnar Henderson at 21, right? Is a dominant home run hitter for sure. Does Aaron Judge scare you as a defender? Does he scare you as a base runner? Because I think you got to do that. Okay, I got one more. Good one. Max Verstappen, F1 driver. Good texter. Max Verstappen. I agree with that. So let's go Scotty Scheffler, dominant number 1. Simone Biles, likely number 2. Verstappen, 3. Chestnut, 4. Biles if she's back from the yips, and Ohtani if he's back from pitching next year. That's a good list, and I think that's it. That's it. The only guy, the most dominant guy, the Max Verstappen of sports flashes is Lonzo.
Thanks.
That's a compliment.
Okay. The Braves offense sputtered again in a 4-0 shutout loss to Baltimore last night. Max Fried went 5 innings, giving up 6 hits and 4 earned runs with only 3 strikeouts, while the Atlanta bats managed just 5 hits and only 1 for extra bases, while going 0 for 9 with runners in scoring position. Atlanta falls to 35-29 is now a full 10 games back of Philadelphia in the NL East. Injuries could play a major role in tonight's Game 4 between Dallas and Boston in the NBA Finals. Dallas star Luka Doncic was revealed to have had a pain shot before Game 3 and may require one tonight. For the Celtics center, Kristaps Porzingis has been downgraded to questionable after suffering a left leg injury. Tune in this afternoon from 3 to 7 p.m. for our still brand new local show, Wire to Wire. Cole Bryson and Diesel get you up to date on latest local and national sports news. Great guests, great debate, and a whole lot of fun. It's all Wire to Wire. Wow, Bill Brooks tells a story. Hey, Purdy. Sorry, I want to be Bill Brooks when I grow up. I'm sorry you missed this. Bill Brooks said it ain't Purdy.
Oh, man.
It was awesome.
That is a legendary moment. Yeah, I think Mahomes is at, if there's a guy in football, it's Mahomes.
QC in the first break.
QC in the first break. Yeah. Hour number 3 of the Rob Brown radio program starts right now. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. The fan upstate rolls on. 8 o'clock in the a.m. You are probably at work right now, and that sucks to be you. Sorry about that. But Zoe and I will at least make the first 2 hours of your standard 8 to 5er fly by. Coming up at 8:40 in about 38 minutes from right now. Hating ass Mario gonna join the radio show. We'll break down the NBA Finals with Mario coming up a little later. Then at 9 o'clock, Dave Schultz of the Locked On Podcast Network is going to join us. Schultze spent many years covering college sports down in the great state of Louisiana. He's going to come on to talk about the hiring of Paul Mainieri by the Gamecocks of South Carolina coming up at 9 o'clock this a.m. So we've had a lot of conversations so far. Now we get to one that is very, very impactful. Christian McCaffrey named the Madden cover athlete this year for Madden 2025. And McCaffrey yesterday, great one, toying with the threads of fate.
Dude, I mean, do they get paid to be on the cover? I mean, because if they don't, I'd be like, nah, I appreciate that you think I'm one of the best in the game and I deserve to be on the cover, but I'm going to pass.
According to the NFL Players Association, players do not receive direct compensation for their inclusion in the Madden franchise. The NFLPA has a licensing agreement with EA Sports, the company that produces the game, and allows for using player images and likenesses. I do not know if they are compensated to be the cover athlete.
I just wonder, is it worth it for the history, knowing that you're on the cover?
So obviously,
was last year the Tom and Mahomes? Or was that 2 years ago?
That was the GOAT edition, and I think that was 2 years ago, wasn't it?
I don't know. It still shows up on my Game Pass, and I have to see Tom Brady.
Yeah, I think that was 2 years ago when they did the joint cover of the GOAT and the baby GOAT. So, the Madden curse. Yesterday, McCaffrey got named the Madden cover athlete for Madden 25. And yesterday he said he does not believe in the Madden curse. Whatever happens, happens. So I, having too much time on my hands, went back since the turn of the century and picked up every Madden cover athlete and then looked at that season for them. And here's what we came up with. In 2001, the Madden cover was Eddie George. He ran for 1,500 yards in his cover season, but he also lost a career-high number of fumbles and had the most consequential, there it is, consequential fumble of the season when the Titans lost a playoff game due to an Eddie George fumble. He would never average more than 3.4 yards per carry for the rest of his career. In 2002, will we say that's cursed? Will we say the verdict is cursed?
When he hit that wall, when Eddie George hit that was it.
He fell off quick.
It was it. It was nothing.
And that was his Madden year. That was his Madden year. In 2002, Minnesota Vikings quarterback Dante Culpepper graced the cover. He threw 33 touchdowns and went 11-5 as a first-time starter in 2000. His cover year, injuries, 6 games. He fumbled 16 times, threw 14 tutties and 13 picks, went 4-7 in his 11 starts. No need for a discussion. Cursed. In 2003, Rams running back Marshall Faulk entered his cover season having logged 5 straight 1,000-yard seasons and 3 straight 1,300-yard seasons. In 2002, he missed 6 starts and he would never top 1,000 yards again. Verdict? Cursed.
Curse, yeah.
In 2004, Michael Vick in the game, which I remember to this day because there was a rule in the Brown household betwixt the Brown siblings. You were not allowed to use Michael Vick because he was a cheat code. In his cover year.
Okay, so this had nothing to do with other stuff. You can't use him because
this was pre-dogfighting stuff.
Okay.
This was when Mike Vick was like dominating the world, right? Michael Vick fractured his fibula less than a week after the game's release, sidelined him for all but 5 games, and then 4 years later he was in jail. Verdict? Cursed.
Yeah, cursed.
2005, Baltimore Ravens linebacker Ray Lewis. Ray Lewis had his interception total drop from 6 to 0 in 2004, his cover year. The Ravens missed the playoffs that year. He logged 147 tackles, one of the better linebacker seasons of all time. If we were talking about the following year, when he completely fell off and missed 10 games due to injury, we'd say cursed. But I would say that the curse was stored up for Ray Lewis, or at least one particular guy outside of a nightclub, allegedly. Can we say cursed about Ray Lewis? He had 6 picks the year before. He had 0 that year. The Ravens made the playoffs the year before. They missed the playoffs that year. He had a very good individual season. The team stank. And then, of course, he allegedly was involved in a murder years later. Does that fall on the Madden curse, or is this our first not curse? It is our first defensive player. Where do we fall on that? I think I can say cursed for 05. 06, Philadelphia Eagles quarterback Donovan McNabb hit his peak in 04, threw 31 touchdowns, led the Eagles to the Super Bowl. Made the Madden cover. Rock bottom, scuffled with Terrell Owens, missed half of a 6-10 season, went on to miss 8 more games of the next 2 seasons. Cursed.
Cursed.
Seattle Seahawks running back Sean Alexander graced the 07 cover. Like Falk, entered the year with 5 straight 1,000-yard seasons under his belt. The year he made the cover, his rushing total dropped from 1,880 down to 896. 2 years later, out of the NFL.
Wow, that's a drop, man. That's a major drop.
Cursed.
Definitely cursed.
2008, Titans quarterback Vince Young, offensive rookie of the year in 06. For his cover year, 9 touchdowns, 17 interceptions, missed a game with an injury, took a seat on the bench for the rest of the year. Cursed.
Oh, without a doubt, cursed.
09, Brett Favre. Favre was made the cover athlete, not for what he had been doing, but because it was a tribute to his Packers career, which had just ended. Favre forced his way out and into New York, where he would go on to throw an NFL-high 22 interceptions and hurt his shoulder before moving to Minnesota.
Not cursed.
Just Brett Favre.
He still leads the leagues in interceptions, right?
Yeah, no, in the bad way, not in the good way. He threw the most of them way.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I mean, so that's
Cursed.
not cursed because he was
Cursed.
already
he was already old.
and
cursed.
already threw a bunch of interceptions, it wasn't unusual.
He did get hurt too, so I'm going cursed.
Okay, if you want to go with the hurt, maybe.
2010, Arizona Cardinals wide receiver Larry Fitzgerald and Steelers safety Troy Polamalu. Fitzgerald did go make the Pro Bowl that year, had a 1,000-yard year, not cursed. Polamalu missed a career-high 11 games due to an MCL injury and had a career-low 20 tackles.
But I'm guessing during that time is when he got the Head and Shoulders spots.
Maybe.
So, I mean, I don't know.
Half cursed.
Okay.
50% cursed. 2011, New Orleans Saints quarterback Drew Brees, fresh off a Super Bowl win, 33 scores and a Pro Bowl selection. But it was an off year for Brees. Threw a career high and franchise record 22 interceptions that year. The Saints also went 7-9, and that was the year that they got beast-quaked by Marshawn Lynch. As a Saints fan, I am saying absolutely friggin' cursed.
Nah, not cursed.
Absolutely cursed. 2012, Cleveland Browns running back Peyton Hillis. Hillis grunted his way to 1,000 yards as a surprise lead back in 2010. On his cover year, missed 6 games due to injury, averaged 3.6 yards per carry, and began his second half of his career as a journeyman backup. Absolutely cursed.
Not cursed. He was lucky to be there and blessed to be on the cover.
He was a 1,000-yard running back.
Yeah.
Absolutely, Peyton Hillis was a dog until he was not a dog anymore, and I blame the Madden cover.
Because he was no longer with Cleveland. So it's...
whatever you want to say. He was a 1,000-yard running back, and then he was on Madden, and then he was not. 2013, Lions wide receiver Calvin Johnson, absolutely not cursed. I can say that now.
Yeah.
He had a 1,964 yard season the next year. The definition of not cursed. Megatron had his career season as the Madden cover athlete.
By the way, Joe on the stream says Hillis won it because of a fan vote that year.
Curse is still in play.
He just wasn't.
Peyton Hillis was a dog, dude.
I don't know if he was Madden cover worthy, though.
I loved Peyton Hillis. He was just, if you should love Peyton Hillis. Dude was the definition of blue-collar running back.
No,
just grunt in the lunch pail kind of
guy.
Didn't
say he wasn't good. Didn't say I didn't like him. The drop-off was not unexpected. He was flash in the pan. Shouldn't have ever been on the cover.
Oof.
Yeah.
2014, running back Adrian Peterson. Peterson topped 1,000 yards for the 6th straight season, but it was down from 2,000 yards the year before. The year after that, he would go on to miss all but one game because of those child abuse charges. I'm going to say 70% cursed. Still had 1,000 yards, but it was a 50% decrease in yardage, and then he got arrested. I'm going to say 70% cursed.
If you do it to yourself, though, is that really cursed? I mean, that's self-inflicted.
I mean, again, I add that on top of half of a drop-off. Yeah, still very good, but half is total. I'll say half cursed. 70% cursed. 2015, Seahawks cornerback Richard Sherman saw his interception total drop. The Seahawks did not repeat as champs that year. However, he did play the entire year. He did have to have Tommy John after the season was over, but he did not miss a game due to injury. Richard Sherman, not cursed.
Not cursed, and he dropped one of the greatest lines of all time. I was waiting for you to do it.
Which one?
Run the
damn ball. So good. 2016.
I have set you up so many times today.
Yeah, dude, I told you. I'm off the game this week, bro. I am off the game this week. This is not an award-winning week for me. Award-winning week for the show, just not for me.
At what point do I stop throwing up the alley-oop today?
I stink today.
This was on me. My bad.
2016, New York Giants wide receiver Odell Beckham Jr.
Who?
Odell Beckham Jr.
Sounds familiar.
OBJ. Caught a one-game suspension for his fight with Josh Norman. Did have 1,400 yards that year, but it was the beginning of the end. It was not the end. It was the beginning of it. 1,400 yards that year, but he fell off after that. I can't blame that on the Madden curse. I'm going to say not cursed Richard Sherman.
Why did you say Richard?
Odell Beckham Jr.
Okay, I'm going to go overrated, but yeah, not cursed.
Was not overrated.
It's definitely overrated.
Legion of Boom.
Overrated.
Dude was a dog. 2017, New England's Patriot tight end Rob Gronkowski.
By the way, I'm talking about OBJ being overrated, not Richard Sherman.
Oh, okay. OBJ in his prime was top-notch, A+++ elite. Once he hit his pedestrian part of his career, it did fall off. But when he was goated, he was goated. 2017 New England's Patriot tight end Rob Gronkowski, coming off a double-digit touchdown season in 2016, missed the first 4 games with a hamstring injury, finished that season with just 6 starts with a herniated disc and other injury issues. Absolutely cursed Gronkowski.
Nah.
2018. What do you mean, nah? That's the definition of the Madden curse. You just hate Gronk.
I took time off for acting
You just
lessons.
hate
It didn't work.
any tight end that dares exist in the same atmosphere as Travis Kelce.
Well, when you got to have Mr. McMahon show you how to fall off of a balcony, I mean, it's just
Patriots quarterback Tom Brady, 2018, chance to win a 6th Lombardi. Instead, he got bested by Nick Foles in the Super Bowl, but he did have 500 yards in that game. He won another NFL MVP award that year. He was 40 years old. Tom Brady, absolutely not cursed. 2019, Steelers wide receiver Antonio Brown scored a career-high 15 touchdowns his cover year, but there were some other issues. It was fights in the locker room. He got traded to the Raiders. After that season, he would play only 16 more games in the NFL between 3 different teams after a mix of on and off the field controversies. I'm not saying it was because of the Madden cover, but that began the downward spiral of AB. Cursed. 2020, Chiefs quarterback Patrick Mahomes. Mahomes did lose 2 starts due to an injury that year, However, he did win a Super Bowl that year too.
Okay.
Not cursed.
Is that when he dislocated his knee and now never does another quarterback sneak ever
That
again?
is correct.
Yeah, I mean.
That is correct. Still won the Super Bowl.
By the
not
way,
cursed.
he wanted to come back after one game and they wouldn't let him.
Still not cursed.
Not cursed.
2021 Ravens quarterback Lamar Jackson came off an MVP season as a dual threat, but his passing efficiency and his durability fell off after that. His cover season was still very good, marked his second straight 1,000-yard rushing campaign. Lamar Jackson, not cursed.
Not cursed.
2022 was the year of the GOAT edition with Brady and baby GOAT Patty on the cover. They shared it that year. They both had ridiculous success. The former Tom Brady, 5,300 yards at NFL high, 43 touchdowns at 44 years of age, took Tampa Bay to the playoffs that year. Mahomes, 37 touchdowns in a 12-5 season that ended in the AFC title game. Definitely not cursed. And then in 2023, the Madden cover was, of course, John Madden. John Madden had passed at that point. Salute to a GOAT, not cursed.
It's hard to be cursed when you're no
when it's your
here.
game.
Yeah.
And 2024, Josh Allen became the first Bills player to ever grace the cover. He did score 40-plus total touchdowns for the fourth straight year. He was a big reason the Bills turned around and made it to the playoffs, even if he could not elevate them through it. Absolutely not cursed. So,
wow, that was kind of negative there at the end. Couldn't even elevate them through it.
I didn't say couldn't even. I said couldn't, but yeah, Patrick Mahomes exists.
I heard even. I guess everybody else.
I did not say even.
Too. Couldn't even.
No,
couldn't
I said could not elevate them.
100% sure
Yes,
you
I
didn't
am.
say couldn't even?
Yes, I am. Do you think if there was a shot at Josh Allen on the show, I'm the one lobbing that grenade?
So the word you didn't say was
even.
Now you did.
But okay. Lonzo gets mad that any quarterback and tight end exist. That's not Mahomes and Kelsey.
He doesn't know what I
is.
just did. I had him say the word that he said he didn't say. So when I go back, I will make him say that word exactly where I said
Fine.
He said it.
Be a manipulative wizard.
No, I am definitely a wizard though.
So judging by my alone definition of cursed or not cursed, of the 24 athletes that have graced the cover of Madden, 14 of them earned what I would say is a label of cursed. 2.5 out of the 10 from the last 10 years have been cursed. I am going to say that the Madden curse, Christian McCaffrey is correct, is not real. Now, it does hit at about a 58% rate, which is nothing to sneeze at, but only 25% in the last 10 years. And if you will notice, after 2012, there were no back-to-back cursed years. So if the Madden curse is real, it is losing its power. And Christian McCaffrey is going to be just fine.
CMC gets hurt a lot, so I hope he doesn't get hurt.
Yeah, if he gets hurt, it's just him getting hurt.
It's just him getting hurt.
I would agree.
Yeah.
And that's what he said. He said whatever happens, happens. For the record, I do not believe in blessings or curses. Things just happen. If it happens, it happens. It is what it is. It's football. It's a violently physical sport. And he's a small dude that runs like a pit bull. The Madden curse isn't real.
I don't believe in curses, but I believe you're blessed every day when you are in this room with me.
If Lonzo, if anything matches his good looks, it's his raw humility, ladies and gentlemen. 20 minutes from now, Hayden As Mario will come on and talk some basketball with us. Then Dave Schultz of the Locked On Podcast Network will join us to talk about Palminary's hiring in South Carolina. All that more coming up on the Rob Brown Show and the Fan Upstate.
You see.
All right, guys, one more live reading. We're back. Stay right there for me, please, and thank you.
LCMF NWA is going on in the background. He does still own NWA, right?
Do what?
He does still own NWA, right?
Yes.
Hi, Diego. It's Jennifer Coolidge. You know, I just want to say your cashback match makes me feel so special. It really inspired me.
That's great. Doubling the cashback you've earned at the end of your first year is what we do.
Well, I'm doubling everything now. Double dating, double dipping, double feature, double header, double whammy. You know, basically double or nothing.
Go home and take some medicine today. Drift away for a while. Before I watch what I guess the headlines are saying is the most controversial Star Wars episode of all time.
I did go back and rewatch episode 1. And it's just, like I said, it's just mad. There's a couple of cringe parts. Like, I will say the line, attack me with all your strength, is lame. All right? It's just a lame line. But it's just very meh. Like, nothing jumped off the page as good or bad at me. It was just like, all right, well, I mean, I'm going to watch it because it's a Star Wars story. But, like, I don't feel as compelled to go home and immediately watch it like I did with Obi-Wan.
I'm tempted to watch Doctor Who tonight instead on pizza night, but we'll see.
There's a whole lot more to know about sound if you really want to go into this subject.
Your smart speaker. Just say play 97 The Fan Upstate on your HD radio at WFBC HD3. And on your computer at thefanupstate.com. Text us at 71307.
The Rob Brown Show continues. It is the Fan Upstate. Rob Brown, the Great one, Lonzo, and you. Short segment here. We got Hate As Mario coming up in the next segment to talk a little NBA Finals with us as we get geared up for game number 3 tonight. This one in Dallas. I find something very interesting when I jump into the numbers of the Atlanta Braves offense this year. Short segment, so I'm going to do Braves ball right here. So the Braves since May 1st have a team batting average of 224. That is 28th in Major League Baseball. They have an OPS of 27th in the Major League Baseball ranks at .659. They have a WRC of 27th in MLB. They have 9 stolen bases without Ronald Acuna. That number being low certainly stands out, but it is still dramatically low with names like Arcia out there. That is 29th in Major League Baseball. They have scored 127 runs since May 1st. That is good for 28th in Major League Baseball. Here's what blows my mind a little bit. And I'm starting to wonder if what is impacting the Braves is not anything to do with the Braves. Here's why I say that. The Braves have a 36.8% hard hit percentage. That is when the barrel hits the baseball. Not flyouts, not ground outs, not blue. I'm talking the ball gets yeeted out towards the baseball diamond. The Braves have a 36.8% hard hit percentage. That is first in Major League Baseball. It kind of doesn't make sense if we are being honest with each other. That the Braves have the hardest hit rate in Major League Baseball, yet are producing the fewest runs and are not getting on the bags. Like, it's just weird. The Braves, by the way, also have the fourth highest barrel rate in baseball. Barrel rate is a measurement, pardon me. Barrel rate is a measurement of a bat making optimal contact with the baseball. They have the fourth highest in Major League Baseball. They are hitting the crap out of the ball, and they are hitting the ball optimally, yet scoring fewer runs than everybody else. Why? Why is that the case? Why is this team getting the barrel on the ball as well as anybody else, yet they just can't seem to get it done? I saw a lot of people on the internet yesterday wanting to chalk this up to what I think might be the case. The Braves are built to hit dingers. The Braves are built, as they did last year, to live and die by the yard, by the homer, by the dinger. They had Matt Olson last year, who led the league in home runs. They had Ronnie hitting home runs. They had Ozzie hitting home runs. Last year, the Braves offense thrived on the home run. This year, they're not getting the ball over the fence. So my question mark is, why not? Why not? I am beginning to wonder, because you do have guys like Marcell Ozuna, who I think is third or fourth for most home runs in the league so far. He's got 19. Of course, Aaron Judge is a freaking monster right now. He's the outlier. I am beginning to wonder, and I will keep it a buck. This is me flailing for an answer right now. Flailing to find something. I wonder if we are going to find out next offseason that Major League Baseball made some sort of change to the ball this year. And that's not a conspiracy theory. It's happened. It has happened where MLB took some of the spring out of the baseball, but they did not announce it. This is why you've had teams in the past get in trouble for using old baseballs in regular season games. Because Major League Baseball deadened the ball a little bit to make more baseballs go into play, and it did take away from the number of jacks that we saw in any given year. And I know that there's going to be a bunch that go, wait a minute, Rob, other teams are still scoring runs. Other teams are still hitting dingas. Yes, they are. Nobody as many as they were last year, including Atlanta. The difference is, say, the New York Yankees, for instance. The Yankees are not built to thrive on the home run like Atlanta does. You look at the lineup they put out yesterday against Brady Singer and the Kansas City Royals. Anthony Volpe, contact hitter. Juan Soto, power hitter. Aaron Judge, power hitter. Alex Verdugo, power hitter. Giancarlo, power hitter. Anthony Rizzo's an infield hitter. Gleyber Torres, contact hitter. Austin Wells, contact hitter. Oswaldo Cabrera, contact hitter. No team is built specifically around the home run quite like the Braves are. Yesterday, I watched the Bravos in the 4-0 blanking put on by the, when I say blanking, I mean shutout. I don't mean like I was going to say the 4-0 loss to the Baltimore Orioles. A good team, by the way. The Braves had that I counted while I was also show prepping and watching other games and hanging out with the fiance and all that. The Braves had at least 4 baseballs die on the warning track. At least four. At least four that were caught within 10 feet of the wall. If Major League Baseball deadened the ball, if they took some of the spring out of the ball, as they have done in years past, if they took some of the spring out of the ball and it makes the difference on, let's say, 2 to 3 of those home runs, we got a different ball game last night. And considering I can't, and I'm not saying I'm a genius, I am, but I'm not saying that. Considering I can't look at this team and figure out what the hell's going on, and nothing makes sense that the offense has just ate it, I'm to the point now where all I have left is a conspiracy theory. Major League Baseball deadened the ball, and the Braves, a team built to live by the home run, can't this year. And that's why there's the drop-off. Am I a psychopath? I don't know. We'll find out. I hope next year I can go see I Told You. Hayden has Mario next on the Rob Brown Show with the Fan Upstate.
New life.
All right, guys, when we're live, when we're back with Mario, stay right there for me, please, and thank you.
and now I am turning on screen with 3 spots, and then I will turn on Mario so that Mario can speak.
Listen, I have to talk myself through things sometimes. All right. I don't have an executive producer that runs my day-to-day life, unfortunately. Mario, what's up, bro?
What's up? How we doing, man?
Good, buddy. How are you?
Hey, can't complain, sir.
Yeah?
Did my first Costco trip.
Welcome to the club, bud. We've already had our Costco discussion today. It's a life changer. It's a life changer.
Dude, they need to have a warning sign if you have ADHD. They need
Correct. That is the most true thing you've ever said.
I did that a long time ago. I'm over it. But I'm also old. So, I mean, I don't know. What do you think the demographics are in Costco?
The demographics?
It depends on the time you go. Depends on the time you go. If you go in the daytime, it's about my age because we don't want to deal with the blue hairs. If you go in the evening, the average age skyrockets. And I am going to tell you, as much as I love the Costco, Mario, you may be able to confirm after one trip. There is nobody with less civility and social awareness than old people in a Costco. They are the most rude, self-centered people on planet Earth, and I include myself in that.
Listen, when you have limited days left on Earth, just get out of the way.
Get your
Rob.
basket out of the aisle.
No, why
get your
don't you
basket
just
out of the
get
aisle.
out of
Pull
their
over.
way? You hate old people.
The Rob Brown Show rolls on. It is the Fan Upstate. Ordinarily, our next guest joins us at 9 o'clock on Wednesdays, but we did have a little shift in the scheduling, and Hayden Ass Mario was kind enough to jump on a few minutes earlier to talk a little basketball. He is an NBA analyst for the BetQL Network. He is the executive producer and only the executive producer of BetMGM Tonight, the former executive producer of my mom's favorite baseball gambling show, Bet for the Cycle, which airs from noon to 4. I'm not promoting your show, Mario, because you left us. Mario Herron from the BetQL Network. What's up, big fella?
What's up, guys? You mentioned it earlier. I'll mention it again. I'm coming off a fresh Costco trip yesterday. I'm a changed man. I'm a changed person. I bet this is what it feels like to get baptized.
Here's my question, Mario.
It's not, but okay.
Are you a normal person, or did you go executive club like the real grown-ups?
I did the normal. Are you kidding me? I did the completely normal, and then they gave me the sales pitch of the century where I should upgrade. I go, buddy, you got me at normal. I'm staying at normal. I don't need the black card. It feels
You need the black card, bud. You need the black card back. I'm going to tell you right now, the 2% back on the black card will pay for your annual membership on its own.
You've got to keep in mind where he's living now, cost of living much higher there than it is here probably. So leave him alone.
Mario will be buying his hair products in bulk now, though. I can tell you that for a fact.
So I had no idea they had clothes, TVs, everything. I had no idea. I thought Costco was just food. That was a whole different ballgame.
As I have said on the show many times, if Costco ain't got it, you don't need it, bro. I get my listen, and I mean down to so far, I have picked up a new lob wedge, golf balls, and golf gloves from Costco. All of my golf polos have come. When I got the Costco membership, I said to myself, I'm not going to be the guy who buys his clothes from Costco. Solid 70% of what I own now is from Costco.
All right, come on. They're not not a sponsor of the show. I thought this was a basketball segment. I'm just saying.
It is. It's also
all this free plugging. All this free plugging is going to get downstairs attention. That's all I'm saying.
I'm going to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. Make Costco worse if you don't want me to be so excited about it. All right. Hey, Nas Mario joining us here on the show. Before I get into the X's and O's and the injuries and whatnot for game 3 tonight, I would like to read you a message from my co-part Cole Bryson, host of Wire to Wire, our evening show that precedes BetMGM Tonight on this fine radio station, who said, and I quote, Hayden Ass Mario, quote, tell Mario I love listening to him and he has great hair, but I'm still upset that he said Chris Finch is better than Jason Kidd, end quote.
Okay. Understandably,
I honestly
I
thought
did say that.
it was just going to be K, and you were going to leave it there.
I should have. Look, if you would have seen if you would just looked at last year and what we saw all last year from Jason Kidd, right? Like in that Mavs team, like that was a horrendous year. They missed the playoffs. They kind of tanked the end of the year. It was pretty fair to say that. I didn't buy into any of the Mavs stuff. I still remember what happened in the first half of the year. I wasn't going to buy into Jason Kidd and his thoughts and his process. And I was wrong. I was completely wrong. I did say I'd take Chris Finch over Jason Kidd. I'm gonna be completely honest with you. I'm gonna not say that Jason Kidd's better than him now. I'm gonna say they're even now. I'm gonna say they're even. I'm not Chris Finch, my boy. I would die for that man. Not really, but maybe a broken arm, I would. So I'm not gonna go all the way yet, but I will give Jason Kidd his flowers, even though he's down 2 right now in the NBA.
Yeah. Don't take too much from Cole. He has the worst hair on this station.
He does. Poor guy.
Yeah.
Poor guy.
It's not
Really?
good.
Mario, here is my hot take. I actually do think Chris Finch is better than Jason Kidd. And I think that I can point it out this way, and I want your thoughts. What we have in this series, I picked Dallas in 6, and I'm going to be real with you. Looking back at it now, it was a vibes pick. It was they beat Minnesota, they beat LA, they beat Oklahoma City. I've doubted them every step of the way. I got to stop doubting them. Instead of listening to myself, it was a vibes pick. Dallas has the lowest, I believe I looked this up, and I believe this number is correct, the lowest offensive efficiency of the playoffs for every team with like 1 or 2 exceptions. Boston has one of the highest. I truly believe that Jason Kidd's coaching strategy has been let Luka do Luka things and then everybody else work around him, as opposed to how do we maximize the efficiency of Luka Doncic. I believe that the Boston Celtics have recognized that. They have taken away the ball movement by the offense that makes Luka, which is why Dallas had as many assists in game 1 as Boston had blocks in game 1. That should never, ever happen between the worst and the best team in the NBA. I don't think Jason Kidd really knows how to X's and O's around Luka Doncic, and I really think that's the reason that this team is in a 2-0 hole right now.
I agree with you. Like, I think there's some things that are definitely accurate, right? Like, first off, Kidd's bench versus the Missoula's bench is just getting exposed. Like, it's just terrible, right? Like, we mentioned last time I was on that Missoula could have something in the back pocket that we haven't seen all year, right? Or it's just something that he's thrown out that is going to send kind of shockwaves through the Mavs. And that was KP off the bench, right? And obviously he, is questionable for game 3, but we'll get to that later. But KP off the bench has proven to be a massive role in these first 2 games, right? Like his energy off the bench, his scoring off the bench. I mean, game 1, he came off and just electrified the whole court, was making plays on the offensive side and the defensive side. And that was clearly something the Mavs just didn't see coming. And the Mavs bench has just been awful. I mean, Kleber looks like he can't move his shoulder. Like he looks like he's scared to shoot the ball. And every time he shoots the ball, it's pain that shoots throughout his body. So that's not going to help you. Derek Lively looks like a rookie in the NBA Finals. People would give him a lot of crap, and people, pooped on everything. Look, he's a rookie in the NBA Finals. He's just playing like it. That's all it is. I do think that in order to win this series, you mentioned that Kidd's kind of doing the let Luka cook, and then everyone else find their rhythm outside of that. Kyrie also has to cook in order for them to win this finals. And you got to find different ways to get him open, to get different matchups, because him going against Jaylen Brown or Drew Holiday clearly is not working. It doesn't work. Get him more ball screens. Get him, screening more off ball. Maybe even have him spot up a little bit. Does he normally spot up? No, but hell, anything can work in the finals. Do anything to win the finals. I think that's another thing that they need to do. If I was them as well, they did this a little bit, I believe, in game 2 that I saw. Move Luka more off ball and just kind of see what happens, right? Like, he did a spot up shot, hit it in the corner, and all the announcers were like, what was that? He normally doesn't do that, but it really worked. I would do that more. Like, just try that a little bit more and see what kind of works, see what kind of happens with that. Because I think that could be really successful against the Celtics. But the black card was showed by Missoula, man, and it wasn't a Costco card. It was bringing KP off the bench, and it tended to really, really work.
Yeah, and Kristaps Porzingis, obviously, as I am prepared for when Cole kicks that door down to fist fight me about Jason Kidd. I'm standing on that point until he proves me. Until the Mavs do anything to vary up what they are doing, nothing matters right now. As far as Porzingis goes, downgraded to questionable for Game 3 tonight with what has only been told to us is a, quote, rare leg injury, which is a wild thing to say in an injury report. But that being said, if KP, who had an incredible Game 1, was a little more sluggish in Game 2, but also now we know he was kind of dealing with that injury throughout the game, if KP can't go tonight, does that bring Gafford and Lively back into play? Boston got here, slept walk here without Kristaps Porzingis. They're used to playing without the guy. Does it change anything to give Dallas a chance to dig back into this one?
So one, I don't think he should play tonight because they have such a quick turnaround. So like they play tonight, they play Friday. So if he plays tonight, makes it worse, which by all the reports that it can be worse. Then Friday, there's just no chance. And then, you could go 2-2 there and then Mavs have momentum. I think the smarter move is to not play him tonight and hope Friday's for the best. And just play him Friday and just see where that goes. I think that's the smartest way for that. How it changes for the Mavs is, one, I would attack the basket a lot more. And I would do that consistently. I would tell Kyrie, I want you attacking the rim, attacking the rim, attacking the rim. He's not there. And that means a lot will be reliant on Al Horford. Al Horford's pretty old for people that don't know, like really, really old. Like when he won a national championship, I think I was 7 years old, just to put that in perspective. And he was like 21, 22 during that. So I think you attack the rim, you make Al Horford work, and just remember that he's also going to have to play 2 games in 3 days in June, which is also going to be incredibly hard for him to do and probably go towards the Mavs' benefits. You do that, but that being said, you mentioned it. Celtics have played without KP for a lot this year, 21-4 this year without KP. Now, they were obviously a hugely dominant team during the regular season, yes, but 21-4 without KP. It's not like he goes out and they're not a super team anymore. They're still a pretty damn good team and pretty much a super team. And when are we going to get that Tatum game? Oh, and by the way, Celtics rely a lot on the three-point shot. The three-point shot hasn't been going in. So as soon as that goes in, they could, Mavs could still be in trouble. And Mavs also need to learn how to stay in front of a guy on defense too, because they have, I believe, the highest blow-by rate right now throughout the whole season. So, maybe Luka, slide your feet a little bit and let's not give up on defense, buddy.
I think that's kind of one of the things that I pointed out in the last game. Game 2 was, I think, Boston's worst offensive performance of the playoffs. Like, I think it was the worst offensive they looked, and they still covered the spread, granted by the hook, but good teams win, great teams cover. That team had their worst offensive performance of the playoffs. It was the better of the 2 games that the Mavs played in the first 2, and Boston still won. I say comfortably. Lonzo disagrees. He said it was an uncomfortable win. I don't think it was. It never felt in doubt to me. The cover felt in doubt, but not the outright win. I've asked this question, and we got about a minute and a half left here. I've asked this question of the great one. I've asked it of our listeners. I will ask it of you. What does Dallas take from games 1 and 2 as a foundation that lets them win game 3 with or without Kristaps playing, that lets them have a shot at game 4? Because I've said if Dallas goes, if they go anything other than 2-0 at the house, this series is cooked.
God. I mean, maybe you look
I
back
don't
at
have
that
an
first
answer,
quarter
by the way.
film.
I don't have an answer for this.
It's so hard because on the flip side, like I think that for the Celtics, like if I'm Missoula, I'm going, all right, guys, we're 2-0. Tatum hasn't been playing that great. Brown has played great defense, but like hasn't been amazing yet. Rely a lot on Jrue Holiday. Is probably currently the NBA Finals MVP. Like our 3-point shooting hasn't been great. Like at some point, that's all they're going to turn around and like knock down, and then suddenly we're going to reach the peak of our powers. On the Mavs side, I guess you just rewatch that first quarter of game 2 and go, man, we're really clicking right there. But at the same time, that was Luka scoring 20 points in the first quarter. And I don't know about you guys, but I can't remember the last time a guy's averaged 60 points in a game or in a series. Like that's kind of like impossible to do. I guess you watch that and you watch what you got from Kyrie, which I believe he had like 8 points or something like that in the first quarter. He ended up with 16. So like again, he slowed down tremendously. I guess you watch that and go, okay, from there we can maybe work with something. But I think all it comes down to that bench, man. Exum, Hardy, Green, Kleber, Lively, like those guys got to be better. Like they got to have something. They got to hit fire or get something going, or this team's cooked. I think they're cooked, Rob. I think this is a five game series, no matter what.
All right. 30-second answer. Let's test the executive producer skills of Hayden Ass Mario as he works into his first official full for real week as executive producer at BetMGM tonight. 30-second answer. Mavs minus 2.5 tonight. Who's the cover and why? Go.
I would say Mavs are the cover just for the sole reason this is the biggest do or die game ever for them, and KP's out, and they have a lot of confidence going into it. So I think this is the game where the Mavs kind of take it. I think they're going to attack the paint like no other. I think Luka's going to have an unreal game. Something to monitor, though, is his injury. People care a lot about the KP injury. Worry about that a lot. I would take that and also take Drew Holiday over points plus rebounds and assists. I don't remember what the number is at the top of my head right now, but I'd take that as well.
28.6. Atta boy. I have taught you well.
Time clock, baby.
Get out of here.
Everything.
We know when the popcorn's done. Just be quiet.
Everything good in Mario's career is because of me. You're welcome. Hayden as Mario Heron for the BetQL Network. You can find him and his product nightly right here on the Fan Upstate and the Odyssey app. It is BetMGM tonight with Ryan, Nick, and Trista. I will not be there tonight because I'll be calling a Greenville Liberty match, but I will be on tomorrow where we will talk about sports or whatever Ryan gets us into, I guess.
Yeah. And a little bit of Big Ten football right now, doing a deep dive this week. So if people are interested, please tune in. We are going to hit Oregon, Washington, and UCLA and Nebraska.
Can I tell you how sick it makes me to say we're going to talk Big Ten football, Oregon, and UCLA? Oh, it's gross, dude.
Insane, right?
I hate it.
That's a second tier of Big Ten football.
Dan Lanning may have something to say about that this year. Mario Heron for the BetQL Network joins us every Wednesday. Appreciate you, big dog. I will talk to you tomorrow, brother, and not on Saturday, you jerk.
Love you guys. Thank you so much. And shout out Dan Hurley. Let's freaking go. Lakers, eat it.
We'll have to collect back in on that. See you next week, brother. That is Mario Heron from the BetQL Network. Joins us every Wednesday, ordinarily at 9, but we got Dave Schultz from the Locked On Podcast Networks next on the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate. Here's Alonzo.
One more enthusiasm next time. Multi-time.
Here's Lonzo.
There it is. Nathan's hot dog eating contest. He was louder than me without his mic on, and I'm like right next to my mic. Joey Chestnut has been barred from this year's event by Nathan's after dispute over his sponsorship of a nasty vegan meat company that Nathan's considers a competitor. It's not because it's not real hot dog. Chestnut has endorsed Impossible Foods that makes plant-based hot dogs. No such thing. Chestnut has won the event 16 times, including the last 8 in a row. The Braves offense sputtered again in a 4-0 shutout loss to Baltimore last night. Max Fried went 5 innings, giving up 6 hits and 4 earned runs with only 3 strikeouts, while the Atlanta Braves managed just 5 hits and only 1 for extra bases. Make sure you tune in this afternoon from 3 to 7 p.m. for our still brand new local show, Wire to Wire. Cole Bryson and Diesel get you up to date on the latest local and sports news, Wire to Wire. Local and sports news. And he left and he needs to come back in here because we have a guest and I need to call the guest and I don't have the number. I'm going to take us off of this so when he gets back in, he can give me the number because we're organized. It's what we are. Right now, this country song popped in my head. I've never been to heaven, but I've been to Oklahoma.
Almost
Stop.
heaven, Arkansas.
It's not the song that I was. Okay.
The final hour of the Rob Brown radio program starts right now. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Rob Brown and the great one, Lonzo, with you 4 hours every single AM from 6 until 10, and ecstatic to do so. We have talked a lot today. Just had hating ass Mario Heron from the BetQL Network on the show. Broke down game number 3 between the Celtics and the Mavericks tonight in Dallas. The Mavs -2.5, favorited at the house, but favorite only because they are at the house. We are waiting to find out if Kristaps Porzingis is a go for Beantown or not. Could make a big difference in the game, but as we have mentioned, Boston walked their way to the finals. Sans KP on the hardwood. So we'll see how much of a difference it makes. I really do think a lot of it is going to depend on whether or not Derek Lively remembers that he's a professional basketball player in this game or not.
Yeah, Kyrie might need to help some too.
Kyrie's game's on the side of a milk carton right now, and I don't get it. Maybe the Boston fans really were in his head. We'll find out. We'll find out tonight. They are going to need Kyrie to have another 30-point game. On top of all the question marks about Luka in his leg. I don't know. How is nobody talking about Luka in his leg right now? My man's getting shots on the sideline pregame. I don't know.
Because he's a man and he doesn't have a rare leg injury like Kristaps.
He is one tough son of a for sure. We'll find out. Hey, you know who else is a tough son of a Dave Schultz from the Locked On Sports Network joins us here on the Rob Brown radio program to talk a little bit about Paul Mainieri. Dave spent many years covering sports down in the great state of Louisiana. He is now emanating from the great state of Arkansas and talking in the great state of South Carolina. Schultzy, what's up, big fella?
Well, how about this one there, Rob Brown? I made my way back to Louisiana. I thought I was going to miss my connection, but I was on the same plane. Have you ever had that happen when your connection is on the same plane? I flew into Dallas, got off, got back on the same plane.
I believe that it has, but for just the slightest of seconds, you terrified me that you might be stuck in Arkansas, in which case I would have gathered the necessary search party.
Right. No, all is good. That was crazy though. Although we did have an aborted landing. Have you ever had one of those? That wasn't great.
I have never had an aborted landing, Schultzy. I did have somebody die on the airplane on me once though.
Oh, all right. Well, you win then. Oh my goodness.
I had somebody die on a
Congratulations
flight.
For that.
I know. That was a jackass one-up moment is what that was. I had somebody die on a plane and they rerouted us through Albuquerque, New Mexico. And Dave, when your hopes and your dreams are set on a night in Vegas and instead you get stuck in Albuquerque, it's about the biggest letdown a human being can experience.
Outside of the dying part.
Well, yeah. I mean, in fairness, her trip and mine probably be about the same when it was all said and done. I was in Albuquerque.
I think you need to stop.
Dave Schultz joining us here on the show. All right, Dave-O, let's talk a little bit about this hiring of Paul Mainieri by the South Carolina Gamecocks, because let me tell you where I am with my concerns and allow you to address them. My concern is this. You are bringing a 66-year-old man out of retirement, a man who's been out of the game for 3 seasons now, retired in 2021. I don't know how much, if any, is true. There were rumors about medical situations that he wanted to focus on, which is why he stepped away from LSU. You are bringing in a 66-year-old man to coach 18, 19, 20-year-old men in the transfer portal era, in the era where players can go, I don't like it here anymore, and then not be here anymore. And in the NIL era where players are looking for their coaches and their administrators to help them find a little scratch on the side, which for baseball players with the limited number of scholarships available is probably harder to get, but more important to get than big-time football players. Overall, do any of those concerns ring as fair concerns to you for Paul Mainieri?
I think those are fair concerns, but this is not like he got hired at South Carolina and then the rules changed, although they will continue to change as we move along. Those scholarship limitations may not be an issue for college baseball and for other sports moving forward. I happen to love the hire. I think it's great. I think South Carolina swung for the fences. I think they hit a home run. Obviously, it's not what is this guy going to do for the next 10 to 15 years. It's what he's going to do for the next 4 or 5 years. And this was a tournament team. And we even heard Jay Johnson talk about, over the last couple of days, he's trying to build a program at LSU because that's what he thinks he's really good at. But he's like, no, it's not what it is. It's build the program year to year. And I think Mainieri is going to be very good at that. Got the coaches that he wants. South Carolina is investing in the program. I love the idea. I would like Paul to be a little bit less intense on the bench. And I think Jay Johnson has that issue too. Baseball is that one sport a little bit like golf where you just can't try harder, right? The harder you throw, you're going to lose control, right? The harder you hold on to the bat, the less speed of the swing you're going to get. So you got to relax a little bit. And Paul is not quite as intense or visibly antsy as Jay Johnson can be if you saw that Carolina game, but the North Carolina game. But Paul can be animated and show his emotions or his disappointment on the bench as well. And I think you need a little bit more of an even keel. But these are two of the best ones, and I think South Carolina hit a home run. I think it's a 3 to 5 year deal, and just to get South Carolina to compete in what is now going to be a even harder SEC conference.
Talk to me a little bit about the makeup of Paul Mainieri, who he is as a guy, because the interesting thing for South Carolina fans was there was a large part of the fan base, I'd say about 40 to 50%, that were on board with bringing in Monty Lee, the former Clemson coach. He has been the hitting coach and assistant HC at South Carolina for some time. And the reasoning behind it was the players loved the guy. They lined up for the guy. You had recruits saying they want him to get the job. You had active players saying they wanted him to get the job. Mainieri's very first action was to say Monty Lee is staying on, which I think is the right call. But obviously he was a player's guy, a guy that the players loved. What would you say was the relationship between Paul Mainieri and LSU players during his time on the Bayou?
Well, I've heard a couple of different things. First of all, when the South Carolina media is going to realize, he's gone to the Dale Carnegie School of how to make friends and influence people. He will know everyone's name and address you as such. And he's very good with the media. I've heard different stories that Paul can be, I guess maybe brutally honest with the players behind the scenes. But excuse me. But all I know is that his players always loved him, but he can be really tough behind the scenes. Haven't heard otherwise, right? All the players that were there outside of Paul's schemes, he recruited that won the national championship, and he was around them, in the regional and the super regional. I guess he went to Omaha. I don't know, but he was certainly there for the championship. And so, it was just a bunch of hugs. Now that's winning a national championship, so you're going to be happy with anybody. But I think it's a great hire. He can be a little bit intense, behind the scenes, but, we don't know if that had any effect because you really couldn't leave without sitting out a year at the time. And like you mentioned, he's got to adjust, but I think he will.
I guess that's kind of the interesting thing, Dave. And I think this is more of a philosophical question than anything else. But, we've said in the past, coaches used to be able to rule with an iron fist because once you got a player locked in, for the most part, they weren't going anywhere. Now, baseball, a little bit different than other sports to me on two fronts. Number one, the majority of players in college baseball are not on a full ride scholarship. In fact, a large chunk of them are not on any scholarship at all, which I think makes it both a little bit easier for players to have left a program. But I think on the flip side, it also means that players playing college baseball want to freaking play college baseball. I think for Paul Mainieri, and I think this is what might be interesting in South Carolina, if you've got a coach that presses, that is brutally honest, that isn't about the rah-rah, shish, boom, bah, it's okay, Tiger, you'll get him next time, but more along the lines of, dude, you're stinking up my field, and here's why to make them better. There are players that can handle that, but it is a special type of player, and a limited number of them are available.
Well, I think Paul Mainieri's been around long enough to know, I can press an Alex Bregman a little bit, and I may not be able to press somebody else, right? That's, all the rules for coaching, it is play by, it is determined by, each individual player, right? I mean, you have a general amount of rules, but, I can yell at him and I got to pump him up. Even Jay Johnson kind of tweaked it this year. In the middle of the year, he's like, all right, no more phones. And I'm like, well, when are they on their phones? In the middle of practice? Aren't the phones just in the locker room? And you can't even bring a phone in there. So he wanted to cut down on distractions. But then eventually, they were in a spot where they had to win, right? They were 3-12 in the SEC before, ended up taking, I think, 2 out of 3 from Auburn. They took 2 out of 3 from A&M, and they slipped Ole Miss, and they had that run in the SEC tournament to get them just to get into the NCAA tournament. And so Jay Johnson adjusted to where I'm getting on their ass, but now I got to pump them up because these guys need confidence. And I think that's what a good coach does. And I think Paul Mainieri's got plenty of experience that he will be able to adjust to today's players.
Dave Schultz is from the Locked On Sports Network, covered college sports in Louisiana for many years, continues to do so, I guess I should say. Joining us here on the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate, talking about the hiring of Paul Mainieri for South Carolina. Bill Parcells used to say, I talked about this earlier in the week, Dave. Bill Parcells used to say, every coach has an expiration date. And you don't know what that expiration date is. For some, they might still be young and hit it. For some, they can go well into their career and hit it. But there comes a point where the message of a coach and the way that they deliver that message to players, it just does not resonate anymore. After taking 3 years off and coming back to, whether he's been in touch with the game or not, a different world as an active coach than it was when he left it. Is there any concern that Paul Mainieri at 66 is maybe towards the end of that? Is this a short-term hire for South Carolina to try to get some immediate success and build the reputation back up? Or is this a guy you could see being in Columbia for a decade?
Well, I don't know about a decade. That would make him 76. I think it is a relatively short-term hire, 4 or 5 years, try to make a run. I think Bill Parcells was saying that the expiration date may be more about himself and maybe more about pro football when free agency wasn't quite as prevalent, right? I mean, no matter what you're doing in college, it always turns over. You're not stuck with your team even beforehand, right? Even before this all NIL and transfer portal, it turned over every year. So even if you didn't like players or they didn't like you, you got the next bunch in. And so I don't think that's necessarily an expiration date because new players are always going to hear your message. Now, maybe you have to adjust the message to what we're going through now, right? You got to help these guys find a little bit of coin, right? And you got to tell them, look, all right, we can get you 25 or 50,000, and maybe someone's going to deserve 100,000 or a little bit more. But if you think you're coming in here and getting NIL money that's $1 million, you're probably not. You need to go pro. You need to go sign your deal. So I think that Mainieri will be able to adjust. I do happen to think it's short-term-ish. If he gets a shot to Omaha, I don't think he's going to leave, like the following season. But I would look to where this team is and see where we are following like the 26th season and see if they are headed in the right direction and are competing for a spot in Omaha on a regular basis, which, LSU was, although they didn't necessarily get there all the time.
Dave Schultz joining us here on the Rob Brown Show, and the fan upstate. Paul Mainieri hired as the head coach of the South Carolina Gamecock program following 7 years of Mark Kingston, bounced from the regionals this year. And obviously Schultz with half of the field in Omaha represented by the Southeastern Conference, half by the ACC, and those two conferences basically occupying, especially in South Carolina, the same geographical footprint. I've made the argument for South Carolina, whether it's Mainieri or it would have been Pollard or anybody else, you're going to have to be on top of your game. As much of a legacy as South Carolina's baseball program has, you've got to be on top of your game to succeed here, because you've got Eric Backage doing big things at Clemson right next door. Georgia was a win away. Tennessee's the number one team in the country. You got Virginia at Omaha right up the road. NC State going to Omaha right up the road. North Carolina going to Omaha right up the road. You got Florida State going to Omaha just due south. Like, this is baseball's hot spot right now, the Southeastern Conference ACC footprint. That's a big challenge for a guy like Paul Mainieri. And to me, if there is a green check mark, this is why we hired the guy. It's the fact that he did it at LSU. Did LSU have the same pressure on them to be good placed on them by their fans that the Gamecocks are placing on their basketball program here to say Mainieri's already been here, done that?
Well, yes, I would think, with all due respect to South Carolina, there's no pressure anywhere more than at LSU trying to win a championship. For whatever reason, my first year here was not paying attention to LSU, and that was only Aaron Nola and Alex Bregman's team. The next year, because then I found out more about Bregman, I'm like, how'd you get him to come from New Mexico? We skipped a bunch of states and a bunch of schools. He didn't go to California, didn't go to Arizona, skipped Texas. And he's like, dude, he basically duded me. He's like, we're a national program. You see all those championships out on the wall, the Intimidator? Skip Bertman made LSU, it is championship or bust for LSU. There are fans here that are like, well, look at Jay Johnson's record without Paul Skeens. Hasn't hosted a regional, hasn't gotten to a super regional. He's a letdown, as if winning a national championship, last year doesn't change. It is championship or bust for LSU. The pressure for Paul Mainieri, obviously, is to raise the level of expectations in South Carolina. We want to compete for a national championship. We want to host a super regional like Wes Johnson did in his first year, right? I mean, there were other issues. You can't turn them around that fast. But he basically had the player of the year, and it almost came down to the last game of the whole season for him to get to Omaha. Well, it did come down to the last game of the whole season for him to get to Omaha. And I think that's where Paul Mainieri wants to get South Carolina to raise those expectations, to get it to the point where they feel the pressure of, we need to win, and we need to win now. At LSU, it isn't even so much even at football, right? I mean, it's basically the baseball team and the women's basketball team, because of the coach, they expect to win, just like South Carolina's women's basketball team, right? They expect to win national championships. They are not competing to get to the Sweet 16. LSU competes to play in Omaha, and they compete for national championships. And I think Paul Mainieri will bring the pressure that he felt in Baton Rouge to Columbia and raise the level of expectation that being a number 2 seed in the NCAA tournament is not good enough. We need to host regionals, we need to host super regionals, and we need to go to Omaha.
Dave Schultz from the Locked On Sports Network joining us here on the Rob Brown Show and the Fan Upstate, talking about the hiring of Paul Mainieri. You can follow Dave on X at SchultzyCast. He also goes live during the show every month. Dave, if you wouldn't mind moving your live cast so that I could actually listen to it, I'd appreciate it. It's, just be considerate, bud.
Do you think we have a lot of crossover audience, is what you're saying?
I don't know, man. I mean, listen, top-notch elite level sports fans have got to be killed by the fact that they got to pick one or both of us for at least the live portion of the day.
Right. I appreciate that. Right. I only usually do 40 minutes. By the way, I am not napping to come on your show.
The sacrifices that you are willing to make, Dave Schultz.
I got 4.5 hours of sleep last night for some reason to get up to do my little podcast, and I'm waiting to take another power nap when I hang up with you.
Sir, you will get no pushback. I am not just Team Siesta. I am captain of Team Siesta. You have my blessing.
I appreciate it, Rob. Thank you so much.
Dave Schultz, you are the best, brother. Thank you very much. We'll do it again soon, pal.
Absolutely. Be good.
You got it. Dave freaking Schultz joining us here on the Rob Brown Show and the Fan Upstate. Again, you can follow him on X at SchultzyCast. He is a member of the Locked On Podcast Network. He has been covering Louisiana sports for many, many years, and we will be having Dave back on sooner rather than later because the closer we get to the college football season, which is now, like 87 some odd days away or whatever it is, you will keep in mind that the LSU Tigers, go Tigers, are coming up here to play the Gamecocks in Columbia. So we'll have Schultz on to break that game down as we get a little closer. We got to take a break. When we come back, let's talk a little more NBA Finals. Let's make some predictions on the way out the door. The Rob Brown Show rolls on. It's the Fan Upstate.
Schultz things.
Thanks. Good eye.
I would have got it myself, but I have to pee.
Now you're good. I, too, am going to step away very briefly, ladies and gentlemen. Stay right there. BRB, kids. Somebody just called Joey the greatest glizzy. Dang it. What did he say? It's a nickname that is just all I'm going to call him now. Oh, the greatest glizzy gobbler.
Yeah, I don't.
And it's all I'm calling him now.
Oh, stop. Have you seen the sign outside?
The sign?
Over there. The billboard.
Nolan North.
Yeah, I think he was the voice of Arthur on.
Well, they got a picture of Deadpool up there. Is that Arthur Morgan?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
That's dope. That's a dude that 100% I ask him to record my voicemail message for me. Can you record my voicemail as Arthur?
And you say, sorry, I can't come to the phone. My horse died again.
Thank you very much to Dave Schultz for joining us here on the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate. If you missed our interview where we broke down extensively the hiring of Paul Maneri by the South Carolina Gamecock baseball program and athletic department, you have multiple ways of listening to it. Number one is you can grab the Odyssey app, AUDACY. Grab the Odyssey app. Search for The Fan Upstate. Click on the little heart button and follow The Fan Upstate. And you can listen to not just the station around the clock live and in living color, but you can also listen to the Odyssey Rewind feature where you can go back and listen to hours and segments gone by. So if you're a Gamecock fan and you just tuned in and you said, wait a minute, Rob Brown, I know Dave Schultz. I would very much like to listen to his breakdown on the hiring of Paul Maneri. Well then, go grab the Odyssey app, AUDACY. Bring the Odyssey Rewind feature up, scroll back to the beginning of the hour, and listen to Dave Schultz talk South Carolina Gamecock baseball. He knows Paul Maneri very well, covered LSU as well as the rest of the colleges around the great state of Louisiana for many, many years, continues to do so. Gave some wonderful insight regarding the hiring of Paul Maneri. So, appreciate Schultzy stopping by for a few minutes. We also had at 8:40, if you want to scan back that far, we also had Hayden Asmario join us on the program to talk a little bit about the NBA Finals that are getting restarted tonight. Real quick, let's wish a very happy 6th birthday to Alice Collier, who's listening right now, mainly because her Papa Bear Shane, I'm assuming, listens, and so Alice has got to listen too. But Alice, happy 6th birthday.
Happy birthday, Alice.
That's awesome. That's awesome. We got a Rob Brown Armada member in training right there is what we got. Happy birthday, young lady, and thank you for listening, even if it's only because your dad makes you. Great to have you. Great to have you. All right, a couple of things I'm going to get to. Got a short segment here, so I'm going to put the basketball talk off for the next segment preceding the What the X is going on that will wrap up the radio broadcast. And instead, I will say that there are 2 massive soccer games taking place this evening. Number one, and the one that I am, and I wish this was a joke, looking forward to more, is the Greenville Liberty returning home, taking on the Greenville Paladins, at Paladin Stadium. The Greenville Liberty back in action. They are on a bit of a win streak right now. They were able to hand Asheville only their 2nd loss of the season. The first loss of the season for Asheville was also against the Greenville Liberty. So a big opportunity here as they return home to take on Athens United. Athens got beat earlier in the season, like 15-1. Unfortunately for them, that was the worst defeat, I believe, in the history of the W League. If it's not, it was very much in that conversation. So a real opportunity for the Greenville Liberty to find their footing once again. I will be on the call alongside Mark Shelley tonight. We will post the link to watch and listen to that game if you want to watch a little local football, or else just come out to Paladin Stadium and watch in person. The other major soccer match taking place this evening is betwixt the United States men's national team and Brasilia. I got a little mad online yesterday. I got a little mad online because on X is a young cat named JT Batson. He is the CEO of U.S. Soccer, and he had the absolute stones to tweet out, and I quote, "The energy at our matches has been incredible, and with tomorrow's attendance versus Brazil, we will set a record for combined average attendance for USMNT and USWNT matches controlled by US Soccer through the first 6 months of the year. Your support is unmatched. Let's keep the momentum up." Mr. Batson.
Something very positive. What do you have against a message of positivity?
Mr. Batson, I would love it if you would pucker up and kiss my please and thank you. I'm usually not that direct or perhaps even crass on the radio. But I will be towards Mr. Batson, and let me tell you why. Because apparently Mr. Batson didn't watch the U.S. versus Colombia game. Because had Mr. Batson, I love doing this right after I wished a 6-year-old happy birthday on the radio. Had Mr. Batson watched the Colombia game, what Mr. Batson would have realized is that the reason attendance was good was because the Colombia fans came out en masse to watch the Colombian team beat the ever-loving dog out of the U.S. men's national soccer team. When that team scored within the first few minutes of the game, the chants of "Ole" echoed throughout the stadium, powerful enough to come over my television speakers. My guy, you did not have thousands and thousands of American football fans in attendance because the U.S. was taking on a South American powerhouse. No. You had a ton of Colombian fans who don't ever get to watch their team. Their team doesn't play in the United States very frequently. And so they turned out. Would you like to know how I know that that is true? It is not just the fact that I have eyes and a TV set. No. It is because someone that I am very close with that works for the BetQL network, as a matter of fact. No, it is not Mario. Went to that match. They got some tickets. They went down. They hung out on the field. And I said, "How was it?" And he said, and I quote, "The atmosphere was amazing if you were Colombian." He said it might as well have been played in Bogota. That's how bad it was. Mr. Batson. See, let me tell you what's happened here, my dude. What has happened here is twofold. Number one, because of the fact that our team plays these friendlies and U.S. Soccer has determined that profit is all that matters, there's no pride in victory. There is pride only in the bottom line. You have created a world in which if I want to go watch the U.S. soccer team play a friendly, I have got to pay NFL prices, even if you are nowhere close to filling up the stadium with American sports fans. Now, I'm a fan. I'm a fan for sure. But see, I can go watch U.S. soccer play once or twice a year. There's always a game up in Charlotte, or there's a game in Atlanta, or there's a game in Jacksonville, or wherever. There are places that I can get to relatively easily. So paying $100 a pop for a ticket doesn't really attract me all that much. However, if I was, let's say, living in, I don't know, Ireland, and the U.S. men's national soccer team came to play a friendly, I would pay the price then, because it might be the only time for 2, 3, 4, 5 years that I get to go watch my side play in public. You have priced Americans out of filling up stadiums. Go look at what happens when France or Italy or Spain play at home. They don't do that. The prices are very reasonable and they fill up stadiums. Number two, despite the fact that there was a large outcry from U.S. soccer fans when you rehired Greg Berhalter, a man whose process, the one that he loves to come out in a press conference after he got his ass kicked 5-1 and make jokes like it's the funniest thing that's ever happened. A man that says, "Oh, I gotta trust the process." What process? Greg, you had an opportunity, Mr. Batson, to make a hire. There were plenty of very good coaches, international coaches, that were interested in taking over this team and building a legacy with it. But instead you said, hey, let's spend a few $1 million on a consulting firm to just hire the same clown who ain't won a damn thing anyway. Let's just bring that guy back. The fact that you are taking credit for average attendance when the overwhelming majority of the tickets sold have been to international fans because none of us want to drop 75 smackers to watch our team get punched in their throats. And then you have the rocks to go on Twitter and brag about it. It's disgusting. It's disgusting. And as long as people like you are in charge, people like me will continue to struggle to justify being a fan. The Brazilians are going to, as Steven on the stream said just a minute, wipe the floor with us tonight. I'm not going to watch it live, and I know I'm not going to miss anything when I do. Mr. Batson, you are, and I've done the research, bad at your job. Back after this to talk some NBA Finals on the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate.
Are you frustrated because you've been exercising and eating healthy, but you still can't lose weight? Hi, this is Dr. Elliot Hirschhorn with New Life Weight Loss, and we know the secret to losing weight and getting healthy the natural way without drugs or surgery. At New Life Weight Loss, many patients lose 20 to 30 pounds in about a month or two without prepackaged meals, no exercising, drugs, or surgery because we get to the root cause of your weight. Go to mynewlifeweightloss.com now.
Hey, it's Rob Brown. My life is crazy chaotic, right? I am up early in the morning. I work weird hours all week long. What I love about New Life Weight Loss is that they built a plan that works not just for me, but for my schedule. It has made it easy to lose weight.
To learn more about our program, go to mynewlifeweightloss.com to schedule your free consultation. Our expert team will discuss your health goals, help determine the root cause of your weight issues, and put you on a path to success. Call 864-719-2550. That's 864-719-2550 or mynewlifeweightloss.com. That's mynewlifeweightloss.com. Okay, picture this. It's Friday afternoon when the thought hits you. I can spend the next weekend doing the same thing, whatever, or I can hop into my all-new Hyundai Santa Fe and hit the road. With available H-Track all-wheel drive and 3-row seating, my whole family can head deep into the wild. Conquer the weekend in the all-new Hyundai Santa Fe. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details. Hyundai, there's joy in every journey.
Down, nigga 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 down, now. Brown, brown. What a banger. What a banger.
Now available in every state, subject to terms and conditions. Rating factors and savings vary, and in some states your rate could increase with high-risk driving. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Check engine light on? Take the guesswork out of your check engine light with O'Reilly VeriScan. It's free and provides a report with solutions based on over 650 million vehicle scans verified by ASE certified master technicians. And if you need help, we can recommend a shop for you. Ask for O'Reilly VeriScan today.
From the Eagles
Oh, tough angle, nothing but the bottom of the can. That's just good work from Rob Brown.
Way to go, you.
Nailed that. The Rob Brown Show continues. Robin Lonzo with you. Steven said, I thought the U.S. men's national team future was bright. Then I watched the U-23 Olympic team get beat by Japan. Where is Thanos to wipe everything out so we can start over? Inevitable. Look, I'm a little worried about that. By the way, Furman alum Walker Zimmerman played in that contest. He is one of the 3 over 23 players. The Olympic roster must be composed of U23 players, and then you may have 3 players over the age of 23. Walker Zimmerman has been selected to be one of those 3. So we got a chance to see him play last night, and you'll see him playing over in Paris, France, coming up here in what are we sitting on? a month and a week or so now at this point. So, again, like, sometimes being a sports fan sucks. Not all the time. Even when you pull for a bunch of crappy teams, being a sports fan still rocks, right? Like, it's still fun. It gives you something to talk about. It gives you something to love. But sometimes that thing doesn't love you back. I love U.S. soccer. I love it. And this is true. I watch more U.S. soccer than I watch MLS. I watch more U.S. soccer than I watch international leagues. I love U.S. soccer. I want nothing more in sports than for U.S. soccer to be one of the dominant forces on the face of planet Earth. But the reality is we are run by an organization of people who do not give a damn about winning. They care about making money and nothing else. And they have figured out that by privatizing this system, they have figured out that by emphasizing the dollars and by taking advantage of the fact that we are a cultural melting pot comprised of people who love America but are also proud of where they come from, they can just make all the money off of those people. And they do. So we hire the same loser to run the team. We don't do anything to inspire the players to be better. And we don't do anything to inspire the fans to drive the players to be better. It is a vicious circle, which we have trapped ourselves in, and it is fundamentally aggravating to its core. Okie doke, let's talk basketball for a couple of minutes here. Lonzo made his first incorrect prediction for the Dallas Mavericks in both Game 1 and Game 2. The Dallas Mavericks, of course, 0-2 now to the Boston Celtics. Here's what we know about tonight. We know that, as mentioned, Dallas is down 0-2. We know this game is back in Dallas, Texas. We know that the Mavericks have a banged-up Luka Doncic who had to get a pain control shot of some type before Game 2. But on the flip side, we also know that Boston's a better team at the house than they are on the road. B, we also know that Kristaps Porzingis, whether or not he goes today or not, is banged up. He suffered a rare leg injury. Now, a rare injury is one thing. Common injuries, you can pick those up off of any loot box. A rare injury, you've got to defeat a pretty good enemy to get it. A legendary injury, that's the card everybody's looking for. All right. So a rare injury for Kristaps Porzingis means that whether or not he goes this evening, he is not going to be 100%, which means Al Horford will be the guy.
So in the history of the NBA, probably Willis Reed is like a legendary injury because he was came back on the court and was able to lead his team to victory. I believe.
See, but is if Porzingis comes out tonight, and let's say he goes for like a 30-point double-double, right? Or a 30-point triple-double tonight. Does that upgrade the injury from rare to legendary, or does that upgrade the performance from rare to legendary? Because the injury itself, I don't know.
Well, we don't know what the injury is. So
that makes it rare, right?
Now,
rare is the injury. You don't know what it is.
If he's out there and we have, let's say, a blood-soaked sock, then we know that it's become legendary. I know it's a different sport, but still.
No, that's a good one. That was Kurt Schilling with the blood-soaked sock. Yet he went out there and he performed. I would say Paul Pierce. Man had to be wheelchaired off the floor, and then he came back like the phoenix rising from the ashes.
That was faux legendary. That's the you get that and you think, oh man, I found one, and you take it to the guy that's trying to sell it to him. They're like, yeah, dude, that's not real.
Yeah, I don't know, but. As far as Kristaps Porzingis goes, if Kristaps Porzingis is unable to go at all tonight, what does that do for the Dallas Mavericks? The answer for me is they know where to know, because Derek Lively was a man in the wild card round, in the semis of the conference, and in the conference finals. He was a man, and then he has just faded from view. He has looked like a rookie through the first two games. Does not having Porzingis out there, does that instill more confidence in Derek Lively? Does he break out a little bit? Like, does that change who he is? Because if the answer to that is yes, then maybe Dallas has got a chance tonight.
They got a couple of positive things. For one, they didn't expect Kristaps Porzingis to come out that first game and play the way he played.
Nobody did.
Yeah, so I mean,
me included.
Wow, it was an explosive surprise. They did not know that it was going to be that way, and so it happened. And by the way, I'm seeing breaking news on TV.
Yes. The logo. Breaking news brought to you by BetQL. Be a better, be smarter, and beat the books. Basketball Hall of Famer Jerry West has passed away at 86 years of age. The logo. Listen, you can't see the face. There is not a more iconic image of a basketball player than Jerry West. He is literally the logo of the league.
All right, I know it's way too soon because he just passed away. Will they change the logo now?
No chance.
Because there's a lot of people wanting them to change the logo, and now that he is no longer with us, will they suddenly hasten changing the logo?
No, I don't think the NBA changes the logo.
I think they will.
To what? Jordan's dunk?
Maybe.
Shaq's dunk? Like who?
No, if they're going to change it to anybody, it'll be Jordan.
It'd be Jordan.
Yeah.
Or Kobe. I can see him changing it to Kobe, honestly.
No, because he's still, whether you want to talk about it or not, he's got some bad press.
You're not wrong.
Yeah, and so I don't know that I've heard anything bad about Jerry West.
In fairness, Michael Jordan's kind of an a-hole. It's not a secret. Michael Jordan's a bit of a butthole. So I don't know. I think Jerry West stays the logo. NBA champ in 72, NBA Finals MVP in 69, 14-time All-Star, NBA All-Star Game MVP in 72, a 10-time All-NBA first-teamer, a 2-time All-NBA second-teamer, a 4-time NBA All-Defensive first team, NBA All-Defensive second team in 69, NBA scoring champ in 70, assist leader in 72, a member of the 35th, 50th, and 75th anniversary team. His number 44 retired by the Lakers. He was the NCAA Final Four Most Outstanding Player in 59, a 2-time consensus first team All-American in 59 and 60, a 3rd-team All-American in 58, a 2-time Southern Conference Player of the Year in 59 and 60, and an 8-time NBA champ as an exec and a 2-time NBA Executive of the Year in 95 and 2004. Ladies and gentlemen, the logo, Jerry Bleeping West, R.I.P. legend.
And now, the Rob Brown Show presents Twitter.
Felt a little weird doing that there, but you know what is there. All right, the first thing that's Xing is Joey Chestnut.
In what is, or at least what I can only describe as a crime against all of humanity and all that is good on the planet, the greatest glizzy gobbler, Joey Chestnut, has been banned from the Nathan's 4th of July glizzy gobbling contest. Joey Chestnut banned after he took an endorsement with incredible meat.
You're about to get banned if you keep that up. I really am concerned.
Can't ban me for my own show, can you?
Yeah.
I actually don't know if you can. Now that I think about it.
Yeah, I've seen people taken off the air on their own show before. I've bore witness to it.
Sure, but like I'm not dropping a or a you or a them on the air. I just said glizzy gobbler, which is youth lingo for hot dog eater.
By the way, this is me being legitimate. Please stop. I am concerned for you right now. Please stop.
There's nothing dirty about that.
Okay.
There's nothing dirty about that.
All right.
at
The
all.
next thing that's Xing is the boys.
I will come to that in 2 seconds. May I just say that I am very, very, I don't want to say happy that it is trending or the reason why, but of the national trending things on X right now, 5 of the top 6 are Jerry West. That's great. That's awesome.
Which is good. I got my list before all that.
Yeah,
so,
for sure.
All right.
The Boys season 3 is set to, or season 4 is set to drop soon. This week? Today? Is it today?
I think it's Thursday. I'm not sure because I'm still
June 13th. That's tomorrow. Yeah.
The reason why it's Xing is Eric Kripke has said that season 5 is it.
You know, I'm okay
He
with
did
that.
the same thing on Supernatural, then someone else took it over, and it lasted for a lot longer. So.
Yeah, but I'm going to say The Boys, of all the shows that I have enjoyed, and I will tell you that when The Boys next season drops, it will be like I'm watching it tonight. I love this show. I love this show. I love that it pushes boundaries. I love that it looks at something that is always looked at through a particular paradigm, through a completely opposite viewpoint. I love this show, and I think that it has developed such a tone about itself that I don't think you can make changes to it without changing the show away from what it is.
All right, and finally, Jake Paul is Xing.
Y'all have a great day. Thanks for being here. Hope you enjoyed the show. Tomorrow, Rashad Beard will join us. We have Fight Club.
It was pretty important, actually.
With the great one, Lonzo.
There are 2 things. One, he's got a new opponent for next month, and that's Mike Perry. But that's not the most important thing. He has started a new line of men's grooming products with Walmart. So that's where Rob's going right now to get him some Jake Paul.
You know, Snoop Dogg has got a line of clothes at the Wally World right now.
See, this was like gel and stuff, but no, I did not.
Snoop Dogg's got. I almost bought one the other day,
and you're almost skinny enough to wear it because
it's a Paisley basketball jersey, a purple Paisley basketball jersey. I want it. It's great. Hey, thanks for being here. Texter says Jerry West and John Tesh are the NBA. Have a good rest of your day. Back here tomorrow to do it all over again. But if we do it right, better on the Rob Brown Show and the Fan Upstate later. Yeah. Stream, can anybody tell me the name of that song?
Legitimately concerned about the other thing.
I'm not.
Yeah.
I mean, if they tell me stop, I'll stop. But.
Yeah, I don't want to. Don't want us to get in trouble.
Oh, I'll take the heat. It's definitely a Rob joke for sure.
No. There's an us. If it's considered dumpable, and I did.
It's not. I can guarantee you, it's not. I have heard the word glizzy on the radio 1,000 times.
Yeah, there are certain words that you can say, but you can't say together with another word.
Nah. I think we're good. If I get in trouble for it, I get in trouble for it. I will take that. I will.
I
push
love
back
that.
on it.
I'll take that as if it would stop me from getting in trouble, because it wouldn't. I mean, you can say that all you want, but if there is trouble, it will be both of us. And I will get hit hardest because I will. Well, you knew it was bad. Why'd you let it go?
Oh, man. All right, dudes and dudettes, you're all spectacular people. I have got a jet. Yes, there it is. There it is. Steven coming through. Round ball rock. Atta baby.
I don't get it.
That's the name of the John Tesh song.
Okay. Going with what we were talking about, I just thought maybe it kind of went together with that. I was a little concerned.
Did
you ever go see a John Tesh concert?
I did not, but I want you to know I absolutely would. Is John Tesh alive still?
Yes, I believe so.
Is he playing concerts?
I don't know.
Also, do you go to a John Tesh show just to hear him play Round Ball Rock? Because I don't know anything else that John Tesh does.
I actually bought a John Tesh CD back in the day.
Was it good?
I also bought Yanni. So I mean, but I love the keyboard and stuff. So
y'all, can I share with you real quick before we get off John Tesh's website? It's incredible. John Tesh's website looks like an old MySpace page.
I think that's pretty cool. Is that in a cave?
That is Red Rocks, dude. That is the most, arguably the most famous music venue in the world. His website looks like a MySpace. That's the whole website, by the way. That's it. That's the whole website. That's it. There's a video over here that I really want to push play on. There's a video over here. This show was so inspiring. What a night. Thank you, John, from Susan Samuels in Omaha, Nebraska. I love this website so much. All right. Anyway, I just needed to share with you. What do we see? We got, wait a minute. Please tell me these are dates from like back in the day. Please tell me his website has concert dates. Yep. From December of last year.
Yeah, but that means he was touring as early as
late as December of last year. Yeah.
Yeah,
John
Trey, we
Tesh
talked about it.
Can I tell you, his website talks about himself the way that I talk about me sarcastically. Over the course of a staggering 50 recordings and numerous popular PBS specials spread over a quarter century, John Tesh has never failed to inspire masses of fans with his always evolving musical muses. Launching with his Emmy-winning synth-driven sports music, he conquered the emerging smooth jazz genre in the 90s with his saxophone series, and later became a force in the CCM worship world with best-selling recordings that found inventive musical ways to share his faith with no less than 5 Christmas albums in it. Okay, do you need to say with no less than 5 Christmas albums? You know how many you have, John Tesh. Like, you know you have 6 or 5 or whatever.
Maybe it's disputed. Maybe some people don't consider a certain album a Christmas album, and they are.
That's a good argument. That's the only
confirming-
argument, but a good argument. John's interpretations resound with the renewed brilliance destined to enhance the beauty of being together with the ones you love during the holidays. What a rip, dude. I love it.
Yeah, you should have used a smoother voice when talking about John Tesh, though. So
No, John Tesh has got some gas to him. Oh, there's a shows tab. Let's see what's on it. Oh, this is the overall, this is the promotion companies. Anybody on here I know? Nope. Nobody I know. Oh, this is all in Hawaii. All right, wait a minute.
John Tesh's go-to was always really cool. I just want to point that out. Yeah.
Have you ever seen the SNL skit they did about him a few years back?
That sounds familiar.
It's freaking hilarious. I'll play. Give me the basketball. Give me the ball because I'm gonna dunk it. Oh, man.
All right. I'm not going to go through this again. I will do this in the other room. Stupid thing.
All right, guys. Alonzo and I are out. Y'all have a lovely rest of your day. Thanks for being here. Tell your friends about us. Help us grow the show. I am begging you as a human being. Our social media interactions matter. We need you. Goodbye.